balance of power. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to the Open. 24 minutes into the trading day as we focus on the BOE and its decision later today. The European benchmark is down by 1.3%. Some heavy selling there. A couple of individual stocks in focus when it comes to real estate. None is more consequential in Sweden than SBB, and that landlord is currently being probed by the country's FSA, so regulators there on accounting rules, down almost 10%. Novo Nordisk on a deal you can see currently down by 2%, agreeing to take a stake in a controlling stake in Biocor for about €35 per share. So a deal there for Novo Nordisk, the drug maker. Deutsche Bank, of course, that exclusive interview with Guy Johnson saying that they see a turnaround in trading activity in the second half. But nonetheless, the stock is off by 2.4%. Let's get to what's happening in the crypto space. Bitcoin surging past the $30,000 mark for the first time since April. BlackRock's filing for a crypto ETF last week has injected a shot of optimism. Even Jay Powell talked about crypto yesterday. Let's bring in Anna Herrera, our senior crypto editor then. And Anna, why are big financial firms stepping up and filing at this point? What do they know?
I don't know what they know, but I guess they can see or they've seen that you can make fees out of this. So we can imagine that they've been working on this for a while, right? They don't move quickly. So they probably won't have seen something now and said, let's do it. But, you know, what happened is probably they saw during the previous rally that you could make a lot of money, and they've been thinking about it, and maybe they decided now was the right time. And, you know, we've seen the SEC step in, and perhaps there is more room for regulated players now that the SEC has said, hey, you need to be regulated to do all these things. And these are big regulated firms, so they know the game.
And it's just really interesting in the context of what's going on with Coinbase and the scrutiny there and the action there from the SEC. And BlackRock is obviously a major player in terms of assets. Obviously one of the largest, if not the largest. So them getting involved is huge. What else are you looking for? Is there an expectation this can be sustained, just briefly?
It's very hard to tell with crypto because it's a strange beast. You never know why it goes up, and then people come up with reasons. But, you know, if we could see another spike if some other big firm steps in. And as we said, they've been, you know, working at these things for a while, and maybe they see BlackRock come in, they get confidence. Let's announce our big thing too, and then it goes up. But as easily, you could have another enforcement action, and it could crash. So, you know, it's fun.
Currently still holding above 30,000. Anna Herrera, our senior crypto editor. Thank you for the latest there. We're going to bring some live pictures from Paris, where French President Emmanuel Macron is hosting a summit to build support for overhauling the global lending architecture. There you can see the leader of Saudi Arabia. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
So as you look back on your career, what would you say is the best investment advice you've ever received?
Probably the best investment advice that I never received.
The central banks right now, the Swiss National Bank raising interest rates as expected by 25 basis points from 1.5% to 1.75%. Again, in line with expectations. And you are seeing the Swissy falling about 0.1% versus the euro at 101. Jamie Rush, our economist for Europe, covering Switzerland and the UK. Let's bring him in right now for the reaction to this. Not a big surprise, but the inflation dynamics in Switzerland are quite different.
They are. So, I mean, Switzerland didn't experience the same sort of energy price shock that the rest of Europe had. I mean, partly it helps to have quite a lot of water, hydropower, instead of being entirely reliant on gas, as some countries were. So, I mean, for us, living in the UK, where we've got core inflation at 7%, you know, we think it's easy for us to think, oh, there's no inflation problem in Switzerland. It's at 1.9%. But that's higher than the Swiss National Bank would like. They also have to position themselves relative to the ECB to stop the exchange rate depreciating. So that's partly why we're seeing that they continue to hike. And if the ECB hikes again in September, as we expect, then you know, the Swiss National Bank will probably do the same. And
here's the speculation. We had considered whether or not they would leave the door open to additional hikes, the SNB. This is the line. The SNB saying they cannot rule out additional rate rises. They remain willing to be active in the foreign exchange market as well. They see inflation at 2.1% in the first quarter. That's of 2026. 2023 GDP of around 1%. And they see 2023 inflation at 2.2%, the same level in 2024, and then edging down to 2.1% by 2025. For again, the SNB saying they remain willing to be active in the FX markets and not ruling out additional rate rises after that increase of 25 bips to 1.75% for the SNB. Let's get to the BOE then. The debate, of course, markets pricing in what, a 40% chance of 50 basis points. Do you think they go jumbo today to kind of clear the path for a steadier rate trajectory going forward?
I actually don't think that's necessary. If you look at what's happened to market pricing of interest rates over the next year, it's already going to be delivering a huge squeeze without the bank having to add 50 basis points into the mix. I mean, if you look at what's happening to mortgage rates, I mean, if you think, you know, loans are priced based on the expectation of interest rates over the next couple of years, the repricing is enough. It's going to potentially tip the UK into recession if it sticks. So I don't think the bank needs to panic. I don't think they need to do 50 basis points. 25 will be fine. They just keep it data dependent. They're not going to push back on market pricing, I don't think, at this moment. And they can just let that do the work for them.
OK, not in panic territory yet for the Bank of England. The view there from Jamie Rush, of course, our chief Europe economist for Bloomberg Economics. Jamie, thank you, of course, touching on, of course, giving his take, his analysis on the SNB's decision, and, of course, the preview with the BOE. Yields actually coming off 2 basis points, but still holding above 5% on the 2-year. When it comes to the pound, 127, just down 0.1%. Let's cross over to Paris now, though, where world leaders are meeting. Of course, French President Emmanuel Macron is trying to build support for overhauling the global lending architecture. You can see him speaking live there. The summit for a new global financing pact, as it's called, will be a chance to address key issues such as climate change and reforming the Bretton Woods system. Bloomberg's Francine Lacroix is in Paris. Francine, Macron speaking live.
Yes, good morning, Tom. He's just started speaking about 5 minutes ago, talking about this new financial challenge. It is incredible when you look at the communications team of Emmanuel Macron, how he's managed to bring so many people together, world leaders, including the Premier of China. They have not sat in the room with Janet Yellen or any high-ranking U.S. official for many months to talk about these topics. Now, on the agenda, of course, is debt relief, and there's this bigger package about trying to find a new Bretton Woods agreement. So how do you put all of these concerns about poverty, financing, climate change into something that takes into all of these challenges account? So maybe there's also change in how you measure growth and things like that. Now, for the moment, this is the goal. I don't know whether there's anything concrete that people are expecting to happen, but he's hoping that actually they spearhead this to try and get somewhere maybe by COP28. Now, the focus here is, of course, firmly on debt relief. We also had a press conference by Janet Yellen earlier on. And then you have a lot of the island nations to try to figure out how much money they need and how they build out some of the infrastructure. What's impressive is that we have the president of Brazil, we have the president of Nigeria, and also South Africa all here in Paris, Tom.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Some of the global south in attendance in Paris. Francis, how much of this is outreach to the global south? How much of this is about France and other Western nations trying to make up lost ground? You talked about the fact that the Chinese Premier Li Qiang is going to be there as well. To what extent is that the focus of this summit?
Well, this is a huge focus. It's a huge win for Macron. I mean, if you speak to political insiders, I mean, this is also a huge win for France. This is Emmanuel Macron. Once again, you saw him, try and broker peace between Russia and Ukraine. That didn't work, but it's him trying to put the G7 country and France really in the middle of some of these big thinking problems that the world needs to address. So it is reaching out to the South in terms of debt relief, as long as we get the money. Again, China holds a huge amount of that debt that they could write off. This was one of the pleas from Janet Yellen that you're seeing there on screen. They're just in the room behind me. But if we don't get any concrete signing of money, of transfers, of infrastructures, we are expecting maybe some of the multinational banks to come up with some kind of agreements and pledges. But if we don't get concrete money, at least it's continuing keeping this on, the conversation in the middle of it. Maybe we'll get something in a couple of months, but they're hard, Tom. If I'm completely honest, I know there's a lot of goodwill from a lot of people. But if you look at the richer nations and some of the nations that need the money most, we're also in a cost of living crisis. Inflation is running high, deficits are high. And so I would say until we get some money with pen and paper, with exactly how much is pledged until what time, it's going to be very difficult to make a real difference that impacts some of the mitigation effects of climate change in some of the countries that need it most.
Yeah, the challenges of translating some of that rhetoric, some of those pledges into concrete action on the ground. Francine Lacroix in Paris for us. You can see MBS there, front stage, as he looks on at the French president. He's back at these summits. Thank you, Francine. We have lots more, of course, from the French capital, including an interview with the French Finance Minister, Bruno Le Maire, joining us exclusively from the summit for a new financial pact, as it's being called. Coming up, as the Ukraine Recovery Conference continues, another important summit, focus remains on the strategic partnership between the US and the EU. We're going to speak with the US ambassador to the European Union. That is an exclusive interview. That is next. This is Bloomberg.
Think New York is as safe as it was when you were in the government?
It's not as safe as it was. Crime is clearly rising. I mean, it's not back to the dark old days of, pre-Giuliani in the early 90s. But we got to be careful because safety is the foundation of everything. And so I know the current mayor is committed to reducing crime. But we're going to have to be incredibly aggressive in making sure that crime does not increase.
Are you involved any longer in New York City matters, or you're advising New York
City? Yeah, the mayor and governor actually asked me to co-chair a panel or a task force on reviving the commercial districts throughout the city. So I've been in the middle of that.
Japan's critical role in the global economy is changing as the world recalibrates. After decades of stagnation, Japan's leaders are forging a more innovative and sustainable path forward to revitalize the nation. Corporate giants, policymakers, and pioneers tell us how they're doing just that. Every week on Japan Ahead, right here on Bloomberg Television.
markets countdown in Europe. From the financial centers of the world, Bloomberg Markets European Close with Guy Johnson in London and Alex Steele in New York. Real-time numbers, real-time analysis. Weekdays.
Welcome back to the Open. 41 minutes into the European trading day. Losses continue. A fourth straight day of selling across European equities. Across the benchmark, down 1.2%. Heavy selling over in Italy, down 1.8%. Banks are being crushed, down 2.4% as a sector. Let's get to what's happening with Ukraine then. The recovery conference continuing here in London with allies from the US, UK and EU pledging long-term support for that war-torn country to focus on the strategic partnership between the US and the EU. Let's go to Brussels, where our European correspondent Maria Tadeo is standing by with a very important guest. Maria.
Yes, he is, because he is a U.S. ambassador to the European Union. Mark Ettenstein, thank you so much for being with us. And look, on this show, this is full disclaimer. We spent so much time debating about the relationships between the United States and the European Union. Well, you're the ambassador. How do you see it?
Well, I have the privilege of serving as U.S. ambassador to the EU at probably the high point in the last half century on the relationship between the EU and the United States. And I think there are probably three reasons for that. One, President Biden ran for election on the platform of rebuilding this relationship and all multilateral relationships, but in particular the transatlantic relationship. Number two, it does make a difference that we have a common enemy. We have Russia threatening the very existence of the transatlantic relationship, both in NATO and the EU. And third, I think it's the statecraft that's been demonstrated by the leaders on both sides of the Atlantic, not only by President Biden, but also by Presidents von der Leyen and Michel, who have worked very closely with President Biden on the EU relationship. President Metsola deserves credit as well. And then at the next level, Joseph Borrell and Tony Blinken and myself have a very good relationship. And at the staff levels of all of these offices, we're in constant touch with each other. And I think that we're like all on the same team.
And Mr. Ambassador, that was not always the case. I remember at a point when President Trump was, of course, President of the United States, the relationship, let's be very clear, broke down at one point. There was very little communication. You say now it's working, but there's an election next year. So what's going to happen? It can go both ways.
Well, President Biden's going to win re-election for now.
Oh, he will win the election?
Yes. You heard it here first.
So you say don't worry, he's getting reelected?
I'm confident that he will be reelected. Regardless, we are building institutional relationships and making commitments that will hold us in good stead for the next 50 years. And I think we're also in the process of building a new security structure, much like what happened in the Truman administration, 80 years ago. And it's being driven by events. And I think on both sides of the Atlantic, there is an understanding and a commitment to a new revitalized relationship.
And you talk about economic security, and that takes me, of course, and you know this, to China. You talk about de-risk. The European Commission 2 days ago, von der Leyen repeated this idea of de-risk. Do you feel the Europeans have moved closer to your assessment, or actually this is a convergence of views?
I think the best things to read about this would be probably Jake Sullivan's speech at Brookings, where he goes through sort of a new economic strategy. I think the paper that the Commission just released on economic security, this 14-page paper, which is a starting point in the debate in the Commission and the European Union, describes de-risking very eloquently.
Which is
to recognize that secure supply chains and export controls and protecting national security is as important as trade, and that you have to build structures on both sides of the Atlantic that are capable of protecting both. And I think we have spent hours discussing this between both sides, but in the end it's a sovereign decision by the United States and by the European Union as to how to handle it. I think that paper is a very good beginning. this was done by the European Commission. I only saw it after it was released, but I was pleased with what I saw.
And that is her message. You say you're pleased by what you saw, but I also want to bring up the elephant in the room. Some do say at times in Europe, and you know this very well being in Brussels, that yes, it is clear that China is not a Western democratic country. That is clear for everyone in Europe to see. But at the same time, some would argue the United States can be confrontational too, and they don't want to be dragged into this. Is there a misconception in terms of what you're trying to do here? Is there a message for Europeans that you want to send?
Europeans and Americans want to build an economy that serves the broader purposes of climate change and the other existential threats, whether they come from Russia or China or wherever, that also serves workers on both sides of the Atlantic, including a new industrial policy. And I think that's what you see happening.
And the industrial policy, you of course have the Inflation Reduction Act. The head of the commission said she wants to create what is promoting and protecting made in Europe. You want to protect made in America. She wants to do made in Europe. How is that compatible?
Well, because we both face the same threat.
You don't believe there could be trade tensions again?
There are trade tensions, but that's natural between two democratic systems, and we have to bring them to the same page. And that's primarily what I do for a living, is I try and build consensus on both sides of the Atlantic on these very issues. And as somebody asked me what my job was, and I said, it's keep bad things from happening. And one of the bad things is if we have a misunderstanding. There's no reason for a misunderstanding because our ultimate goals are the same.
And can I ask you, when it comes to von der Leyen in particular, some say she is the most U.S. compatible EU official. I'm not sure what U.S. compatible means, but in your view, is she the most compatible person for you? Is this a person that you pick up the phone and you say, let's talk to her?
I don't look at it that way. She is the sovereign head of a sovereign entity, and my job is to relate to her and be sure that she and President Biden have a good relationship, just as he has with President Michel. And I sat on March 10th in a 4-hour meeting with the two of them, and I was stunned at how well they got along. They communicate very well to each other. They have different interests because they represent different systems, but they are able to reach common ground pretty easily. Same is true with President Michel. And the same is true between High Representative Borrell and the Secretary of State. I've been in all those meetings, and it's amazing how much their common goals are the same. And
that's reflected very much again in the tone. It is palpable. Things have really changed for the better with this administration. You can not concede that.
Yeah, that's true. But part of it is that you have very talented leaders who listen to each other.
So then that takes me to my final question. If you believe President Biden will win the election, he'll be reelected, will you be happy if Madame von der Leyen gets a new term at the commission?
We have a great relationship with.
So you want to see that?
We have a great relationship. I'm not going to get into the middle of who they should select as their president, but continuity would be good in terms of the relationship. But this is a decision for the Europeans to make, not us.
Well, Mr. Ambassador, thank you so much. By the way, is your life anything like the show on Netflix? Not in the UK, but in Brussels. How does that work? Is there a European spin on it?
I'm glad it's not, by the way. It's not, no. I don't fly around in a private plane. I don't have anybody selecting my suits in the morning.
You've done it for yourself.
Yeah, I do that for myself. That should be obvious.
Well, Ambassador, thank you so much. We appreciate your time, and hopefully we get to hear more from you here on Bloomberg TV in this very important hours in European programming.
You invite me back, and I'll come.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right, thanks.
And Tom, that was Mark Ettenstein. He is the U.S. ambassador to the European Union. And look, sometimes life, they say, is better than fiction, but his life is not a Netflix show. He's made that clear.
He's watched the show. He's watched the show. There we go. There's the headline.
I did.
He's watched the show. Maria Tadeo, brilliant. Thank you very much indeed. You got him as well on VDL, I think. He said continuity would be important. Of course, he doesn't want to be suggesting selections, but he made it clear continuity would be helpful for that relationship. Bloomberg's Maria Tadeo with a great interview there, of course, with the US ambassador to the European Union, Maria, in Brussels. Let's check in on these markets. It's a less rosy picture when it comes to these equity markets. A fourth straight day of selling as investors wrestle with the fact that these central banks are continuing to hike. Jay Powell, of course, sending US stocks lower in the session yesterday with his comments suggesting that the door remains open for 2 more hikes. The SNB in Switzerland hiking by 25 basis points as expected. And the Bank of England, the conundrum there later today for MPC members, it's likely to be a very split decision. 25 basis points is the expectation, but we cannot rule out 50 basis points given core inflation here has ticked up once again above 7%. Across the benchmark then, selling down 1.3%, a fourth straight day of losses, as I said, across these European stocks. The DAX down 167 points at 15,846, and the FTSE 100 is back below 7,500, a drop there of 99 points, down 1.3%. Across your sectors, the heaviest selling coming through for the banking space, down 2.4%. Autos also taking a knock of 2%. Gilts, not a lot of action in the session so far today, and the pound is at 127 flat. That could, of course, all change depending on how things play out with the Bank of England. The sector that is performing least badly is food and beverage, just down 0.4%, followed by telecoms down by 0.5%. Coming up, Volkswagen, their technology head, saying the automaker's EV push around batteries is proving to be one of the company's biggest challenges. We bring you that interview. It is next. This is Bloomberg.
Steve's ability on the course may not be etched into any record books, but following him around, it's clear that it's not for lack of trying.
Jeez.
We were constantly hustling behind him as he caught up with executives in the portfolio companies and reminisced with former and current players.
He was a day trader. He taught himself, self-made day trader. Yes. And so he's on the bus after a game in New England, and he's day trading on the bus, and Bill Belichick sees him and cuts him on the spot.
You know, in many ways, it's a convention, right, of the people that I don't see maybe once a year. And so it's kind of all come together. My firm, our charity, our fundraising efforts, and then the friends that are around. My dad and my brother, it all happens right there as a confluence of all these parts of my life that have found its common center.
Next. It was going to keep bringing World Cup. This is a 3.
As the economic picture does.
To be okay is getting ready to make a decision.
It's totally different. Keeps us awake at night. It's, I think, one of the biggest challenge we as automotive car guys will face. And it's only possible because we are looking for a perfect team, have even some experience to do that in technology-wise, ramping up factories of batteries. As you know, we are a little bit behind of existing players, so we need to catch it up.
And in terms of being behind, you know, one of the challenges, I think a lot of the people who are a little bit further ahead, let's say, you know, Tesla or Northvolt, they've had issues with scale, of reaching the scale. You know, Volkswagen really masters of scale. What can you do to avoid some of the problems that your competitors have faced?
Yeah, it's scale and complexity. Scaling up, I think we can match that at Volkswagen. We do it since years worldwide. The advantage of PowerCo as our own battery company is that they have the whole firepower of a big group as Volkswagen to cover them in the back and to have the agility in an own legal entity to go fast. So it's a mixture between startup and the firepower of a complex company. And then the technology roadmap is really important because with our technology roadmap, we decrease complexity, was what gives us speed.
And in terms of those bottlenecks, is it labor, is it machinery, is it the raw materials? Talk to me a little bit about kind of more nitty-gritty what you're encountering. What are the things you need to smooth out to really get
How much
there?
time you have, because it's more or less everything is a challenge in that business.
Yeah.
It's not only a battery factory, it starts with the people. There's a handful around the worldwide which will be available with knowledge about battery business. That means people is a challenge. Equipment to ramp up factories is a challenge. Critical minerals is a challenge. So this business is a challenge.
Okay, that was Volkswagen's technology head speaking to Bloomberg's Oliver Crook. That is it for the European market open. It's been another rough session, at least so far. European equities down a full 1.1%. US futures pointing lower by 0.3% on the S&P E-minis. The Bank of England is the central bank to watch next after the comments from Jay Powell and the Swiss National Bank's decision to raise rates by 25 basis points, though they did downgrade their forecasts around inflation. The Bank of England, though, what a conundrum. 25 or 50 is the question, and the guidance, if there is any, on future rates. Stay with us. Surveillance Early Edition is up next. This is Bloomberg.
Adults are facing some tough challenges. Higher living and education costs and wages that aren't keeping up with inflation are making it harder for them to support themselves. And they're relying more on the bank of mom and dad. A new bank rate report shows nearly 70% of parents with kids 18 and older are putting their own finances in danger to help them. About half are dipping into their emergency savings or delaying paying off debt, while 43% drain their retirement funds. So where do you draw the line? There seems to be a generational gap, as older parents can't understand why being self-sufficient now is a lot harder than it was for them. Gen Z seems to think on average that 22 is a benchmark for covering the expenses, while baby boomers say their adult children should pay their own way closer to age 20. Either way, it's a family decision. Bankrate suggests having a conversation with your kids and setting a specific dollar amount or time frame for footing the bill.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
You can see the massive gains for the OG crypto coin.
The breakout we have all perhaps long awaited finally realized. We'll see if it sticks.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people.
There's no question this industry is composed of some bad actors and some good actors.
The transactions.
Volumes have surpassed $24 billion per day.
And the technology.
Stop talking about the technology, start demonstrating the utility.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays. This June, in honor of Pride Month and Juneteenth, Bloomberg brings you a special equality series every Thursday in June at 1 p.m. Eastern. Bloomberg Equality, celebrating inclusion this Pride Month. Bloomberg Surveillance, Early Edition, with Francine Lacqua.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to a special edition, a special show of Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Francine Lacroix here in Paris for President Macron's summit on a new global financing pact. And the aim, of course, is to try and change the way that multilateral institutions work to better support poorer nations and address threats like climate change and pandemics. Now, over the next hour, we'll hear from some of the leaders who are attending the summit. Here's what else is coming up on today's program. Of course, it's BOE Day. Happy Thursday. It weighs a jumbo hike after UK inflation comes in hotter than expected for a fourth month. Fed Chair Jay Powell signals rates are heading higher, but at a more moderate pace, telling U.S. lawmakers 2 more hikes this year is a pretty good bet. And we talk banking with the Deutsche Bank chief executive. He tells our Guy Johnson he expects trading results to improve in the second half as clients navigate a complex and challenging economy.
In Q3 and Q4, there is momentum in the business on the fixed side, but for us as a strategy of Deutsche Bank, it is important that we further balance out the investment bank overall.
Now, let's check on the markets. The focus firmly on what we heard from Jay Powell yesterday. And of course, ahead of the Bank of England, will we see more rate rises? Stocks slumping, U.S. equity futures also down. Again, quite a lot of central bank decisions. UK, Norway just coming out now, seeing the key rate at 3.88 in the third quarter of 2023. And then we also had earlier on Switzerland. 8.8 in the third quarter of 2023. And then we also had earlier on Switzerland and some of the other things that we were watching out for today. Now, banks, real estate, miners, actually the biggest losers in today's trading session. Investors really rethinking some of the bullish spirits unleashed by last week's Fed rate pause after Powell yesterday underscored the need to tame inflation during his semi-annual report to Congress. Now, a big day, as we were saying, for central banks. That's after Jay Powell made those comments yesterday. Let's bring our markets reporter, Valerie Teitel. Valerie, last week there was kind of like a sigh of relief saying maybe central banks are pausing. Today, not so.
Today, not so much. We just got the decision from the Norges Bank, and it is a jumbo 50 basis point rate rise from them. Not only did they beat expectations on the size of their hike, but they are upgrading their guidance, saying rates will most likely be raised further in August. They also raised their expectations of the peak rate to 4.2%. Their last projection was 3.6, so over 50 basis points increase when it comes to their guidance for the peak rate. We're just watching the FX markets here. Euro NOK, you're seeing the Norwegian krona strengthening over 1% versus the euro. Now, this goes back to the decision from Switzerland just 30 minutes ago. They did not choose to go for a 50 basis point rate rise, but kept on to 25 basis points. That is the smallest hike from Switzerland this year. But they also said, very much like the Norges Bank, that they can't rule out additional rate rises when they meet again in September.
Thank you so much, Valerie Teitel, is the BOE. As we heard, the rate hike is all but certain when the Bank of England meets today. In fact, there's been some repricing since we had that inflation figure yesterday. A major, of course, headache for the central bank, getting that inflation higher than expected yesterday, adding to pressure on the country's already squeezed household. So for a full rundown and actually what to expect on decision day, let's bring in Lizzie Burden, our UK correspondent. Lizzie, it's a headache. If you're at the Bank of England today, if you're an MPC member, I mean, what do you vote for? What are the chances of a half a point BOE hike today?
Well, Francine, markets are pricing a 40% chance of a half-point jumbo hike, but economists reckon it'll be 25 basis points. The reason for this decision split is because, of course, we had that fourth upside inflation surprise yesterday. So, as you say, it's a difficult moment for the Bank of England, but economists reckon the 50 is going to come in August. By then, you'll have a press conference, you'll have the forecasts. That should make it more easy to communicate why they're going back to acting forcefully. Also, by then, Silvana Tenreiro, big dove on the committee, will have been replaced by Megan Green, and she's been making hawkish noises recently. So as for today, some economists reckon you're going to get a three-way vote split between the doves like Tenreiro and Swati Dhingra, emphasising that the previous 12 hikes still have to filter through to the economy, going for a hold. on the other hawkish end, so Catherine Mann, Jonathan Haskell going for 50, and the rest in the middle going for 25. But really, the question today is also about the future path for rates ahead. Markets pricing a peak rate of 6% by December. Some traders seeing 6.25%. Bloomberg Economics says that 6% would trigger a recession in the UK. Will the Bank of England Governor Andrew Bailey push back against market expectations? It often seems that the bank thinks it's above doing that. But it made an exception in November. Will it do it again? Will the markets take the message? If not, looks like credibility could be in the spotlight again.
Yeah, and of course, Lizzie, look, if you're sitting in Westminster, if you're an MP, you're worried that if mortgage rates go high, you're going to lose your seat.
Exactly right, and we're not far off a general election. It's very much on the horizon. There's pressure for the government to step in because the precedent's been set. It was very interventionistic in the pandemic, for example, with furlough, and so the expectation is there that they will do something again. There are worries on the Tory backbenches that, as you say, they'll be punished in the polls if they don't step in, and there's been a suggestion from former Shadow Chancellor John McDonnell that there should be a windfall tax on banks to pay for this extra mortgage support. Well, the answer from the Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, so far has been that he's going to do nothing that will counter the Bank of England's inflation-fighting mission. We'll see what he agrees when he meets the banks on Friday in terms of other measures to ease the pain.
Lizzie, thanks so much. Lizzie Burden, our UK correspondent. Now, coming up, we'll have plenty more, of course, on the UK, on the Bank of England. We have a great chart looking at bonds worldwide. Plus, the Ukraine Recovery Conference continues, and the EU has already pledged some €50 billion aid package. We'll be speaking exclusively with the Executive Vice President of Economy and Trade for the European Commission. Don't miss that exclusive conversation. That's next, and this is Bloomberg.
The tag on the product may read Made in the USA, but the sign on the CEO's door often says Made in India. Alphabet's Sundar Pichai, Microsoft's Satya Nadella, IBM's Arvind Krishna, Micron Technology's Sanjay Mehrotra, and that's just the start. Add in the chief executives of Adobe, Deloitte, Gap, VMware, and that doesn't count Indians running companies all over the world. Why have so many Indians risen to the top? Vinod Khosla points to India's incredibly competitive education system. If you can survive the pressure it takes to get into one of the Indian institutes of technology, it gives you confidence to handle American universities and later the business world. Meanwhile, the belief in India's ability to produce so many tech wizards is reinforced every year. Indians make up about 3/4 of the immigrants receiving coveted H-1B visas for the U.S., and it's a safe bet that some of them will eventually find their way to the C-suite.
This is Bloomberg.
Our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts have the data and analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. 12 p.m. on the East Coast, 9 a.m. in the West, only on Bloomberg Television, your global business authority.
BSO Now is your online home for weekly Boston Symphony Orchestra and Boston Pops performances. See new concerts that go behind the scenes, plus acclaimed archival concerts. Visit bso.org/now, where the music plays on. BSO season sponsor, Bank of America.
Economics, finance, politics. This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Francine Lacqua here in Paris for the Macron Summit. Now, the Ukraine Recovery Conference also continues in London, with, of course, allies from the US, the UK, and the EU pledging long-term support for the war-torn country. Well, let's go straight to our Bloomberg, Danny Berger, who is in London with one of the most important voices inside the Commission. Danny, over to you.
That's right, Francine. Thank you so much. And yes, the EU, they've already proposed a 50 billion euro aid package to support Ukraine as the country embarks on a critical counteroffensive. And as you say, I'm here with one of the most important voices on this. It's Valdis Dombrovskis, Executive Vice President of Economy and Trade for the European Commission, who joins us today for an exclusive conversation. Mr. Dombrovskis, thank you so much for joining.
Good morning.
So on this proposal, what's the reception been so far from member states?
Indeed. So European Commission put forward a proposal of 50 billion support package for Ukraine, consisting of both grants and loans, and it covers a period of 2024 to 2027. It must, of course, we'll have to discuss a specific package, but broadly speaking, there is support for Ukraine. EU member states have pledged on a number of occasions their willingness to support Ukraine for as long as it's necessary, and making sure that Ukraine is able to defend itself and win this war against Russian aggression.
So you have broad support for this then. Do you expect support for this package then in its current form from the member states?
Well, yes, indeed, we would expect the support for the package. Of course, there's going to be discussion with member states. It may bring some adjustments, but generally speaking, it's clear that this year we were focusing on how to ensure financing need for Ukraine for this year, and this is done. So financing need for this year is covered. Actually, today, EU is paying another 1.5 billion euros to Ukraine as part of our macro-financial assistance program. And now we are looking more at the medium-term focus. That's where this 50 billion package comes in, where on one hand we still need to finance, to cover the financing need of Ukraine, but we also need to start working on reconstruction, combining investments with reforms which are needed also for Ukraine's EU integration.
Right. And so the figure of this package of 50 billion, spread out over the 4 years, it is less than has been contributed to Ukraine over the past year. So annually, the figure does look a little bit lower. How did you get to that specifically? Do you think it will need to ultimately be higher?
First of all, of course, we expect now also other donors coming with more medium-term plan. Actually, EU is first to come with a sizable medium-term package for Ukraine. And on one hand, we expect support also from other donors. On the other hand, we also need to work on the absorption capacity and capacity to use this money in Ukraine, how quickly it can be deployed, because on one hand, reconstruction need is huge, but on the other hand, there are obviously capacity limits on how much simultaneously can be reconstructed.
And on the topic of using the money, what steps need to be taken to make sure that it's not misused, to tackle any concerns about corruption?
First of all, Ukraine would need to prepare medium-term Ukraine reconstruction plan. And after approval of this plan, the money would be available for Ukraine as it advances with implementation of the plan. And clearly, we are also proposing a strong audit and control system to make sure that this money indeed is put for a good use.
And it's interesting because part of what you've done here is you really do strengthen the financial links between member states of the EU and Ukraine. Will this help Ukraine's process in joining the EU?
Certainly, as I was saying, we see also this financial package linked with Ukraine's accession path. So Ukraine would need to clearly do lots of investments, but also implement reforms which are linked to the EU accession.
And how do you see that process going? Where do we stand on it currently?
Currently, just now, European Commission provided so-called oral update on how Ukraine is proceeding with implementation of conditions which were set when Ukraine was granted EU candidate country status. And all in all, progress is good, and there is substantial effort which Ukrainian government is putting into this despite very difficult war situation. But then we are going to have a report, enlargement reports for all EU candidate countries in October. And I would say that's the moment when we really discuss the next steps for Ukraine's EU integration.
So it's certainly been a busy week. The EU also proposed a new economic security strategy earlier this week, too, on things like controlling outbound investment and exports. Do you expect pushback from member states?
First of all, as regards export controls, we already have export controls regulation in place concerning notably dual-use items, and this outbound investment is, in a sense, linked with this. So if there are export controls to make sure that sensitive goods, dual-use goods, do not end up in hands of malign actors, we also need to look whether the same is not achieved then through investing in those countries and transferring technology, know-how, and so on. So it's closely linked. But clearly, this will require further discussions with member states. So that's why we propose that we are setting up a expert group together with member states to work on these issues.
So does that mean there has been pushback then?
I think we require more discussion, because this is a new area, as I was saying, in terms of export controls. It's also relatively new EU-level regulation, which we are currently applying. On outbound investment, currently we do not have any mechanism in place. So this requires discussions, and we are going to have those discussions with member states, with different stakeholders, including business community, with a view of then coming with an initiative by the end of the year.
What do you say to Chinese officials then who say, look, if they're speaking specifically about Germany when they said this, but in terms of de-risking and trying to move away from China, it should be left up to businesses, not government? What do you say to that?
First of all, when we are proposing any initiative or any legislation, we do it in a country agnostic way. So it's not specifically referring to one or another country. And second, what we are going to put forward also is with respect of international rules-based framework, for example, our WTO obligations. But at the same time, it's clear that in the EU we should continue to build on our strengths of being open economy, of being a trading superpower, but at the same time there are certain economic security concerns which we need to address in a more conflictual global geopolitical environment.
Well, we've seen certain measures like that from the U.S. invoke the ire of China. Are you concerned that this might end up doing the same?
As I was mentioning, that when we are going to prepare proposals, we are going to do this in a way that respects international rules.
Okay. Valdis, thank you so much for joining today, stopping by during the Ukrainian Reconstruction Conference. That is Valdis Dombrovskis, Executive Vice President of Economy and Trade for the European Commission, in what is a very crucial time for the European Union. And we're also going to be speaking to the Ukrainian Prime Minister from the Ukraine Recovery Conference in London. That will be at 1:30 p.m. local time. But first, coming up on the show, Christian Saving says Deutsche Bank's business strategy is paying off. We're going to have that exclusive interview next. This is Bloomberg.
DHL is sending a consistent message with its investments. The company spent €123 million to upgrade its logistics centre at the Cologne-Bonn airport, designing it around key strategic goals.
What I love about this building is it actually shows the big mega trends which formed our strategy 2025, which was inaugurated in 2019 when this building opened. So globalization, connecting the world. E-commerce, we have a lot of sortation facilities here for smaller e-commerce shipments. Sustainability, it's a very sustainable building with solar panels on the roof and everything. And digitalization, and well, you can obviously see that it is quite automated.
How did the team pitch this investment to you initially, and how hard was it as a sell for them? How quickly did you turn around and say, yes, this is worth 123 million euros.
Of course, you always have to make sure that you have the right capacity for the growth in the network. And at that time, they came and said, hey, we will really see a strong growth in e-commerce volumes on top of the regular B2B growth. We need more sorting capacity. We need this building. And of course, there are always debates. Does it really have to cost 123 million euros and so on? But fortunately, they convinced us, because then with COVID and the volume surge, we urgently needed the capacity.
Business Week Radio, live weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Eastern.
We got a little bit of talking.
Come on, are you guys ready?
Harnessing the power of Bloomberg Business Week, Carol Masser and Tim Stanovic bring you the latest news from the worlds of business, technology, politics, and more.
How does the Fed play into this and what the Fed does potentially?
This is so exhausting and this is so all-encompassing.
Listen on Bloomberg Radio and streaming on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals. When U.S. jobs numbers are released, Bloomberg brings you crucial data at terminal speed and instant expert analysis. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg. From the world of politics to the world of business. Every weekday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, hosts Anne-Marie Hordern and Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live from Bloomberg's Washington headquarters. Get the latest from and about politics' biggest power players at the end of every trading day. Balance of Power, every weekday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
We have a very strong corporate bank, a very nice developing private bank, and therefore we can confirm our 28 to 29 billion of revenues for this year. We see the momentum. We see a Q2, to be honest, Q2 2023 from a revenue point of view, which is higher than Q2 2022. So overall, I would say this bank is faring well. The strategy is paying off. With regard to the investment bank, we always said that we had a record year. We had an extraordinary strong year in the FIC business in 2022. I still think that actually in Q1 and Q2 we have done well, but the overall market is a bit weaker than in the record year of 2022. But I do believe with some uncertainties, for instance, the debt ceiling issue going away in the US, then with the still complex situation which is in front of us, I do believe that in Q3 and Q4 there is momentum in the business on the fixed side, but for us as a strategy of Deutsche Bank, it is important that we further balance out the investment bank overall. We have a very strong FIC business, we have a very strong DCM business. What we really wanted to achieve is that also the O&A business is further strengthened, and hence we've put a lot of investments into that.
So just to wrap this part of the conversation up, it's going to be an operating environment for the FIC business that is likely to be less good than last year. Q2 may or may not be a blip. You still see uncertainty in the second half of the year, which could provide opportunity. So on balance, the numbers are likely to be slightly better than the 15 to 20% that James guided to.
That's what I would say for the coming months and weeks. Again, Q2 was also a particular quarter, given the situation also we had in the US. We can already see also now in June, on the most recent days, that there is momentum in the business. So I'm overall actually quite comfortable also with the FIC business. And again, Q2 was a particular quarter. I would say that the FIC business in Q3 and Q4, I think there was a slight recovery.
Well, that was the Deutsche Bank Chief Executive Officer Christian Saving speaking exclusively to our very own Guy Johnson. Now, we've had a lot of central bank news. Of course, the big one coming up at 12 p.m. UK time. That's the Bank of England. For the moment, let's look at Norwegian krona. I don't know whether we have that on screen for you, but certainly the krona was surging against the euro after the Norges Bank, the Norwegian central bank, actually raised its benchmark rate by 50 basis points and flagged another increase in August. Now, the Monetary Policy and Financial Stability Committee for Norway decided to raise the policy rate by 50%, well, 0.5 percentage points. They're basically saying that the current assessment of the outlook and balance of risks implies that the policy rate will most likely raise further in August. So we are seeing, after also we heard from Jay Powell yesterday, that the fight of inflation needs to continue. We are seeing more aggressive moves from central banks. We'll see what we hear from the Bank of England. That's at 12 p.m. UK time. Now, Bitcoin has jumped for more than 20% back above the 30,000 level since BlackRock surprise filing for a Bitcoin ETF last week. The move has sparked a flurry of similar applications from rival issuers. And of course, we also look at what's happening with the Titanic and the search efforts there. Not the Titanic, but of course the submarine, the submergible that was going to see the wreckage of the Titanic. Coming up, we'll be speaking with Pascal Canfin, the EU Parliament Chair for the Environment, Public Health and Food Safety Committee. And then a little bit later on, an exclusive conversation with the French Finance Minister, Bruno Le Maire. He joins us here at the summit for a new financial pact. Hello from Paris.
Okay, so you're moving in on me, quick, distracting me with your fancy hands. I'm going to deal with your knight because it's really bothering me.
Ah, my knight.
Yeah, he's a troublemaker.
Yeah.
What did you get up to this weekend?
You know, just robot stuff. A lot of chess. I was practicing for you. I know you're pretty good. Ooh, I don't like that. I will take this. Put it over here.
Not cool. Not cool. All right. I will concede. I can see. Got me beat.
Very good game. Well played.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Bloomberg UK, your source for news and analysis covering the biggest challenges facing the UK government, economy, financial services and markets.
Tax cuts should not be the priority. It's about a credible plan for growth over the next 2-3 years.
In this post-Brexit world, how do you see actually servicing your clients?
It was disruptive, and it's going to have implications to how capital raising works.
Now we're having the perfect storm in the UK.
Watch Francine Lacqua Thursdays at 9:30 a.m. only on Bloomberg, your global business authority. In a multi-trillion-dollar industry, there's a lot of ground to cover.
We indeed have a rally.
We're talking a lot of dividends. We're talking income.
We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, Monday on Bloomberg.
Do you think New York is as safe as it was when you were in the government?
It's not as safe as it was. Crime is clearly rising. I mean, it's not back to the dark old days of, pre-Giuliani in the early 90s. But we got to be careful because safety is the foundation of everything. And so I know the current mayor is committed to reducing crime, but we're going to have to be incredibly aggressive in making sure that crime does not increase.
Are you involved any longer in New York City matters, or you're advising
Yeah,
New York
the
City?
mayor and governor actually asked me to co-chair a panel or a task force on reviving the commercial districts throughout the city. So I've been in the middle of that.
Now, the BOE weighs a jumbo hike after UK inflation comes in hotter than expected for a fourth month. The Fed Chair Jay Powell signals rates are heading higher, but at a more moderate pace, telling U.S. lawmakers 2 more hikes this year is a pretty good bet. And then the Deutsche Bank chief executive tells us exclusively that he expects trading results to improve in the second half as clients navigate a complex and challenging economy. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Francine Lacqua here in Paris. Now, you just saw and heard, maybe not saw, but heard a huge clap as we saw President Macron about an hour ago get on stage, and then he's followed by a lot of, pledges from a lot of climate leaders and heads of state. So the concern is that you're not going to get anything concrete here, so that there's an agreement of talking more. Climate change solutions, of course, the focus here, the Summit for a New Global Financing Pact. French President Emmanuel Macron attempting to build support, basically, for overhauling the global lending architecture. So I'm very pleased to be joined by Pascal Canfin. He's the chair of the Environment, Public Health and Food Safety Committee at the EU Parliament. So, Mr. Canfin, thank you so much for joining us. There's a lot going on. So people have to understand that there's like 30 heads of state in a rather small, confined space. And there's a lot of excitement at who's here and who's not here. What are you hoping to achieve in the summit?
Well, first, we need to rebuild trust. I mean, the key element of solidarity is trust. I mean, if we don't trust each other, the system will be broken for sure. So one example is the money we committed to share at Copenhagen. It was in 2009, and we failed to do it so far. The good news is that it was announced a few minutes ago. We are now very likely, de facto we are now, for 2023 at 100 billion on climate. It's by far not enough, but symbolically, politically, it was needed to get there.
I mean, how will you measure success of the summit? It's like, you walk around, and again, there's very few media that have been invited here, so we're lucky to be part of this. You see the Saudi Crown Prince. We spoke to the Saudi Economy Minister, who's just walking along the corridor. You have the President of Brazil. You have so many people that can make a difference. Yeah. I mean, is it signing, or is it again talking about trying to get somewhere?
Is it redesigning? I mean, we know that in the context of China and the US being on more and more conflictual line, on having more and more climate impact, and the failure of the COPs to deliver on enough climate action. All of that is destroying trust. So we need to use both formal and informal fora, like this one, to recreate the connections and to redesign the system to be able to be at scale, both for climate and for development. And that's also what President Macron said at the very beginning. If we start opposing climate action on one side and fight against poverty and for development on the other, we will collectively for sure fail. So that's why we need to design new tools like guarantees, way to have more injection of private capital and so on. That's the core of the agenda.
But some of the old tools are actually not working. If you look at the EU Green Deal, right, it's faced so much pushback from constituencies, from countries, for example, on everything from renewables to nature restoration. So how severe, first of all, are these challenges, and do you think they'll be overcome?
Yeah, so that's the problem when we turn into climate action into reality, that it starts having impact, and then you have opponents saying, well, what is going on? I do not want this. So we are changing the business models here in Europe. And it has impact, positive impact, but also negative impact for some businesses, and they are pushing back. They are pushing back. That's why.
Do you worry about these challenges?
So I'm not worried, but I can tell you that every day we work very hard to counter this backlash that is coming from a sort of European Trumpism, which is new, and which is an alliance between part of the right-wing parties and part of the extreme right-wing parties on a line that is well known in the US. And that's coming to Europe now, and we are to make sure that we win this political, this cultural battle we are in to continue proceeding on the Green Deal and climate action.
What would you do now to also make sure that if you look at green tech, clean tech, it doesn't go to China, it doesn't go to the US because of the Inflation Reduction Act, it comes and stays in Europe?
So the good news is that last year will remain as the year when the competition for green tech and clean tech really started at scale for real. China, Japan, Korea, EU, US. In the US, you have IRA. In China, you have domestic policies. And in the EU, you have the Green Deal and everything what we have been doing. And this is good news because the only way to win the climate battle is to have productivity gains, to have decreasing cost of production, and producing at scale. So that's good news. Then it's up to us to be part of the winners and not of the losers. But then we have domestic EU policies, public support. We change the framework for state aid regime, for instance.
No one wants to be a loser. You just have to put the policies in place that attract the money.
When you look at the US IRA, when you look at the concrete figures and the concrete sectors that are concerned, the vast majority is for the US domestic market. Energy production, US domestic market. CCUS, US domestic market. EVs, of course, which is good. It's good. I mean, it's good that we have including European companies producing in the US for the domestic US market. But it will not prevent them to produce domestic EU for the EU market.
But what about the development?
So I'm not that worried about that.
I am, because if you look at the cost, for example, of producing hydrogen, clean, green hydrogen in the US is going to go so much cheaper. Why would you not bring that technology to the US instead of developing it in Europe?
Hydrogen is one of the very few counter-examples of what I said. But the vast majority of IRA money is for the domestic US market. And then part of it, a small part, is for exports, or also domestic US market for green hydrogen, but also for exports. But then if, for us, it means that we could get part of our green hydrogen cheaper because there is a good, sound US policy making it cheaper, what's the problem at the end? What's the problem? Of course, if we entirely rely on this, that will make a problem for us in terms of dependency. But if it is part of it, what's the problem?
How much money do you think private and public partnerships can put together? I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about the finance, right? And we've taken a step forward and sometimes a step back. How much money does Europe need?
It's very complicated to say, to be honest. Why? Because at the EU, you know that by heart, there are member states plus the EU level. So you cannot compare, and it's a mistake that shouldn't be done. You cannot compare the US federal money with the budget in Washington and DC and the EU Brussels-based budget, because as you know, the total budget of the EU is 1% of the total EU GDP, when the total federal budget in DC is around 20% of the US GDP. So you cannot compare both. But if you took everything on board, plus the regulations that force, that drive, incentivize private investments, I don't think that we are lagging behind. And if I take the French case, I met a couple of days the ministers in charge of this, and he told me there is not a single project that was about to be invested in France that is not invested anymore because of IRA. Because actually what the companies are doing is precisely to locate investments in the US, mainly for the US market and for the EU market domestically in the EU.
Are governments less likely to put money behind this because there's a huge cost of living crisis, inflation is a real problem, and so central bank interest rates are also changing?
When we talk about inflation, what kind of inflation are we mainly talking about? We are talking about fossil-flation, inflation coming from a fossil crisis energy. So it came from Russia, and then it spread all over the value chain, I would say. But it is the main driver behind what we see as inflation last year is the fossil fuel crisis from, obviously, the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. Then there is another risk, which is what we call greenflation, meaning that the cost related to transition. But it is more medium term, because what we are facing now, it's not at all greenflation, it's fossilflation. So let's just get back to reality and then fighting this fossilflation. And the best way to fight this fossilflation is precisely to be less dependent on fossil fuel.
Pascal Canfin, thank you so much for joining us today. He is, of course, the chairman of the Environment, Public Health and Food Safety Committee at the EU Parliament. There, a robust conversation also about the Inflation Reduction Act. Now, coming up ahead, we'll be speaking to Angola's Finance Minister, Very Davies de Souza, live from Paris about the economic outlook for one of Africa's biggest oil exporters. And then a little bit later on, we also speak to the French Finance Minister, Bruno Le Maire. Stay with us, and this is Bloomberg.
Young adults are facing some tough challenges. Higher living and education costs and wages that aren't keeping up with inflation are making it harder for them to support themselves. And they're relying more on the bank of mom and dad. A new bank rate report shows nearly 70% of parents with kids 18 and older are putting their own finances in danger to help them. About half are dipping into their emergency savings or delaying paying off debt, while 43% drain their retirement funds. So where do you draw the line? There seems to be a generational gap, as older parents can't understand why being self-sufficient now is a lot harder than it was for them. Gen Z seems to think on average that 22 is a benchmark for covering the expenses, while baby boomers say their adult children should pay their own way closer to age 20. Either way, it's a family decision. Bankrate suggests having a conversation with your kids and setting a specific dollar amount or time frame for footing the bill.
Japan's critical role in the global economy is changing as the world recalibrates. After decades of stagnation, Japan's leaders are forging a more innovative and sustainable path forward to revitalize the nation. Corporate giants, policymakers, and pioneers tell us how they're doing just that. Every week on Japan Ahead, right here on Bloomberg Television.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe.
Good morning, good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome to Bloomberg Markets, China Open.
This is Bloomberg Technology.
And welcome to Balance of Power. This is Bloomberg.
There is a need to increase the investment in clean energy in the emerging world, in Asia, Latin America, and Africa. And it is the reason we came here with a plan to President Macron and the other leaders, how we can accelerate the clean energy investment in developing countries.
Well, that was Fatih Birol, Executive Director of the IAA, of the investment needs for clean energy in emerging markets. I was caught off guard there because I was actually checking the price of oil and seeing some of the dynamics. We're here live in Paris at Macron's summit for refinancing. I am delighted also to be joined by Vera Davies de Souza, the Finance Minister of Angola. Minister, thank you for joining us. There's a lot to talk about. It's oil subsidies. Of course, this is a huge summit that would make an impact on Angola. Are you seeing the right signs from here about transitioning and getting enough support from some of the countries that need to transfer funds?
Yes, for sure. I think the political will is there. The commitment is there. Now what we need to see is the actions, the pragmatic actions for us to address.
Will we get action? Are you confident that we'll get money, we'll get things signed, or is it just talk?
I'm very positive. I'm a positive person, and I will put a lot of faith on that and keep working and putting pressure on the right institutions, on the right people. President Macron is also in the same mood of putting pressure, and we expect, based on that, we will see some actions coming.
Who do you think is leading? So we also have the Prime Minister of China. This was a huge deal, right, for Emmanuel Macron to try and get him here. Can China play a defining role and a big difference?
I think we need to look at it as like a whole effort. It's not possible to rely only at 1, 2, or 3 partners. We need to come together, and only coming together is possible to address a challenge such big as climate change, the debt distress, needs on liquidity, and also development. All this together, it's a hard task, and so we need to move together to address it.
Minister, when you look at some of the measures put in place to decrease poverty in your country, what will work the best, and what does that mean for future growth in terms of GDP this year and next?
We are acting in the short term and with some structural movements. Short term, we are putting in place some mitigation measures with World Bank support, cash transfer program. We are moving an employment fund. We are establishing one that will start the basis to put to address the capacity building and to build on the entrepreneurship of our youth, and at the same time reducing some subsidies that need to be reduced, gaining fiscal space, and based on that do the investment that is needed on infrastructures, on health, education, and improve the business environment for the local production to come, industry, agriculture, fisheries, tourism, and with that jobs creation, fiscal revenues, growth.
So, Minister, on the fuel subsidies that you've had to pull back, what kind of impact will that have on inflation?
Well, we are seeing the first signs impact, but we expect after that with monetary policy at one side, central bank, and also some measures to see what is happening at the distribution and commerce, some speculation as well. Moving on that two directions, we will see after some time we're coming back to the downward trend tendency.
Do you worry about social unrest because of these fuel subsidies being taken away?
We are working hard on the mitigation measures. We increased the monthly amount of money for the poor family, especially on the rural areas. We commit more money to our program, cash transfer program. We designed a prepaid card to address the costs of transport, especially for people that use taxis and motor taxis. We have big vans and also motors that address the lack of buses and metro and those kind of solutions. So we are getting a prepaid for these transports just to make sure that we protect the final consumers. And we are also established that fund, the employment fund, and we hope with that we will somehow mitigate the impact of that movement that we started.
And so, Minister, in terms of growth prospects, have you revised upwards or downwards some of your estimates for this year and next?
We are following closely the oil sector. About the non-oil sector, we're still very positive, and we think that it will perform as we were expecting. But the oil sector, we are seeing some downward trajectory on the oil production, and we will need to keep moving, to keep looking to see how the impact will be at the overall GDP performance. We still confident on the 3% growth this year, but let's see in the next months how the oil production will perform, and to prepare scenarios based on the fact if we see the reflection of that downwards on oil production in our growth.
And Minister, in terms of financing, do you need to issue Eurobonds? Is it something that you'd be interested in doing?
For now, no. We will continue monitoring the markets, the conditions, the risk perception, and we will step in only when we understand that doing it, we will not put ourselves in a worse position in terms of debt servicing.
So you think at the moment it's hard, there's just not enough demand, or what's going on?
The interest rate that the market will ask us to pay is too high for us to address. So we will continue to follow, do our internal some housekeeping, and just when we understand that the markets are fine enough for us, we will step in.
Minister, thanks so much, as always, for joining us. That was Vera Daves de Souza, the Angolan finance minister. Now, coming up, the Fed chair, Jay Powell, of course, was talking yesterday. He signaled rates are heading higher, but at a more moderate pace. So he told U.S. lawmakers 2 more hikes this year is a pretty good bet. We'll hear about the markets and what they're pricing in next. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
You can see the massive gains for the OG crypto coin.
The breakout we have all perhaps long awaited finally realized. We'll see if it sticks.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people,
There's no question this industry is composed of some bad actors and some good actors.
the transactions,
Volumes have surpassed $24 billion per day.
and the technology.
Stop talking about the technology, start demonstrating the utility.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays. Our studios in New York and San Francisco. Our expert hosts have the data and analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch. Plus, the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. 12 p.m. on the East Coast, 9 a.m. in the West. Only on Bloomberg Television, your global business authority. In a multi-trillion-dollar industry, there's a lot of ground to cover.
We indeed have a rally.
We're talking a lot of dividends. We're talking income.
We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. Bloomberg ETF IQ, Monday on Bloomberg. Business Week Radio, live weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Eastern.
We got a little bit of talking.
Come on, are you guys ready?
Harnessing the power of Bloomberg Business Week, Carol Masser and Tim Stanivek bring you the latest news from the worlds of business, technology, politics, and more.
How does the Fed play into this and what the Fed does potentially?
This is so exhausting and this is so all-encompassing.
Listen on Bloomberg Radio and streaming on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals. From the world of politics to the world of business. Every weekday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, hosts Anne-Marie Hordern and Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live from Bloomberg's Washington headquarters. Get the latest from and about politics' biggest power players at the end of every trading day. Balance of Power, every weekday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, only on Bloomberg, your global business authority. Bloomberg UK, your source for news and analysis covering the biggest challenges facing the UK government, economy, financial services, and markets.
Tax cuts should not be the priority. It's about a credible plan for growth over the next 2-3 years.
In this post-Brexit world, how do you see actually servicing your clients?
It was disruptive, and it's going to have implications to how capital raising works.
Now we're having the perfect storm in the UK.
Watch Francine Lacqua Thursdays at 9:30 a.m. only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
Well, that was the we'll hear from the Federal Reserve Chair, Jay Powell, in just a second, telling Congress that Fed policymakers expect interest rates and they will need to move higher to contain price pressure. So let's listen. I think we have Jay Powell, otherwise we know exactly what he said. It's basically he wants to be more hawkish, so he wants to hike more, but maybe not so aggressively. A couple of other things that we need to watch out for because it's a big, big central bank day. So first, let's hear from Jay Powell, and then I'll have a full roundup of what else we heard.
We never used the word pause, and I wouldn't use it here today. What we did was we agreed to maintain the rate at that meeting. Almost every single of the 16 of the 18 participants on the FOMC wrote down that they do believe it'll be appropriate to raise rates, and a big majority believes raise rates twice this year. And I think that's a pretty good guess of what will happen if the economy performs about as expected.
Well, how to put it, basically central banks across the world have changed the animal spirits of markets. They're really wielding more rate increases and talking about really having to fight inflation maybe for longer. Then the other one that really surprised today is Norway's central bank lifting its key deposit rate by 50 basis points to 3.75%. We also had the S&B, a smaller increase, but saying they will keep on fighting, of course, inflation. Then the big one, the BOE. What's priced in? I think there was a huge repricing, 40% of markets now expecting a 50 basis point hike. This is a vote by committee, so we'll see how they vote at 12 p.m. UK time, and then we'll see forward bets on how that changes the markets. I think a lot of market participants have interest rates in the UK at 6% by year end. Now let's return here to Paris, President Macron's summit on global finance, and bring in our climate reporter, Akshat Rathi, who understands the nuts and bolts of what could be announced. Akshat, I don't know whether this will, good morning, first of all, I don't know whether this will actually yield anything concrete, or whether this is a feel-good summit for Emmanuel Macron and the people here.
Well, to understand it, it's really complex, and I do not fully understand it. But what we do know is that without making many of the changes that are being talked about today, there is going to be no way to meet climate goals. And all the leaders who've come here appreciate that. You know, we had a climate activist sit in front of Mohammed bin Salman from Saudi Arabia. She's telling him, stop digging up oil. It's a complicated situation, but these conversations are happening. And what we will get at the end will be a statement which will say, we support A, B, C, D, and all the names who arrived have approved it.
But support doesn't mean that we have a Bretton Woods agreement, or does it?
No, because this is not the forum for it. So the place where the change will happen will be at the annual meetings where the shareholders will vote. But getting them agreed upon what those changes will be requires time, and this summit is mainly to get that consensus going.
Yeah, so we have consensus. I mean, it's still quite impressive. You're saying, you know, there's a Saudi crown prince, there's President Lula, there's a president of Nigeria, so really heavy hitters, and the premier of China. I mean, we haven't seen Janet Yellen together with a high-ranking Chinese official to talk about these issues in a safe room for a long time. Akshat, thanks so much, as always, Akshat Ratti. Now, we'll have plenty more, of course, from the summit throughout the day. A little bit later on, in about 40 minutes or so, we'll also be speaking to the French Finance Minister, Bruno Le Maire. He's one of the hosts, of course, of this event, and we'll track any progress when it comes to tackling finance and climate change. This is Bloomberg.
From the world of politics,
we're not going to be relying upon countries whose values we don't share.
To the world of business.
It's all about corporate power at the end.
Balance of Power. Live from Bloomberg's Washington headquarters.
We couldn't be more excited what's in store for you.
How long will it take? How many years?
Why don't we take this one day at a time?
Good luck. Everybody has a perspective.
Every weekday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Join hosts Anne-Marie Hordern.
It's the one area, really, of bipartisanship.
I think we're getting more of it.
That's optimistic.
And Joe Matthew.
The debt ceiling is looming. How close are we going to get to the line before you start to worry?
Alongside Kaylee Langs.
The door was open for regulators to do more, and that puts the Fed between a rock and a hard place.
As they deliver news.
This is such an important economic issue.
He's no longer trying to run away from
that really blew some minds.
Insight.
We can both invest in law enforcement and also make sure that communities feel safe in their own skin.
And analysis.
I think your audience will get this more than most.
This is not the Republican Party that you know.
It allows him to do what he did so successfully in 2020, which is run against crazy.
From and about politics' biggest power players.
This was the zombie case, and it's now more than well alive.
That's for sure, with two more potentially to come.
I'm willing to have this battle.
It is vitally important.
This is the intersection of Washington and Wall Street.
Bringing people directly to the decision makers that impact your investments and your life.
Balance of Power, every weekday at 5 p.m. Eastern, only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
Japan's critical role in the global economy is changing as the world recalibrates. After decades of stagnation, Japan's leaders are forging a more innovative and sustainable path forward to revitalize the nation. Corporate giants, policymakers, and pioneers tell us how they're doing just that. Every week on Japan Ahead, right here on Bloomberg Television.
Markets countdown in Europe. From the financial centers of the world, Bloomberg Markets European Close with Guy Johnson in London and Alex Steele in New York. Real-time numbers, real-time analysis. Weekdays.
Tag on the product may read Made in the USA, but the sign on the CEO's door often says Made in India. Alphabet's Sundar Pichai, Microsoft's Satya Nadella, IBM's Arvind Krishna, Micron Technology's Sanjay Mehrotra, and that's just the start. Add in the chief executives of Adobe, Deloitte, Gap, VMware, and that doesn't count Indians running companies all over the world. Why have so many Indians risen to the top? Vinod Khosla points to India's incredibly competitive education system. If you can survive the pressure it takes to get into one of the Indian institutes of technology, it gives you confidence to handle American universities and later the business world. Meanwhile, the belief in India's ability to produce so many tech wizards is reinforced every year. Indians make up about 3/4 of the immigrants receiving coveted H-1B visas for the U.S., and it's a safe bet that some of them will eventually find their way to the C-suite.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition with Danny Berger and Kriti Gupta.
It's 10 a.m. in London, 5 a.m. in New York, and 5 p.m. in Hong Kong. Our top stories today. Investors keep an eye on a host of central bank decisions. The Swiss National Bank and Norges Bank raise rates as markets anticipate the Bank of England to follow suit with a 13th hike. It's day 2 on Capitol Hill. Chair Powell doubles down on the Fed's expectation for additional hikes in the first day of the hearing. Traders bet the bank will rise one more time in July. And a glimmer of hope comes from Deutsche. CEO Christian Saving says he expects trading results to improve in the second half. More from Bloomberg's exclusive interview coming up. Good morning and welcome to Bloomberg Surveillance. This is the early edition. I'm Danny Berger in London. Kriti Gupta is in New York. And Kriti, we did it. We got it. We got a jumbo surprise from Norway. Now we just got to wait and see whether we're going to get a surprise from the BOE.
Yeah, and I would argue even a surprise in the opposite direction from the Swiss National Bank as well. You're seeing a lot of different cross currents in Europe right now, which I think is interesting for the U.S. session because ahead of the BOE, we're really kind of waiting for that heavy hitter. The market action is kind of mixed, and here's what I mean by that. We'll start with futures here, which are kind of taking a very cautious approach. 4,400 on those contracts, down about 0.2%. I'm going to call it some cautious optimism, or Danny, I think yesterday you called it cautious pessimism, perhaps. But the 10-year yield is where I'm really interested in because that's really where you're going to see the ripple effects of what the BOE does, and arguably the ripple effects of what the S&B and Norges Bank did as well. The 10-year yield at 3.76, we'll call it, higher by 4 basis points already. So you're already seeing some of that volatility get sewn into the markets, and it's only 5 a.m. in New York. So what happens when we get closer and closer to that Bank of England decision? As yields go higher, the dollar follows, well, in theory at least. And right now, again, those cross currents in the FX space are pulling the dollar in very different directions. Overnight, we're getting some data out of China, out of South Korea, out of Japan as well, basically saying that, look, the Chinese recovery isn't as strong as expected. That's going to be weighing on those currencies that you were going to see, for example, the Korean won, the Japanese yen, for example. That's going to push the dollar higher. Here's what's going to push it lower. A lot of the central bank decisions that we got out of Europe right now, the Bank of England expectation, and of course, Norges Bank as well, going to pull the dollar in the other direction, which is why you're seeing net-net, the Bloomberg Dollar Index kind of flat right now. So really keep an eye on that because that's going to change based on what we see on the other side of the Atlantic. Bitcoin is where it gets interesting. Now, Danny, I don't usually check in on Bitcoin as kind of a macro asset, but here we are crossing $30,000 on some news that BlackRock is now going to be talking about kind of filing it and incorporating it, into their ETFs. Why this is significant is on a technical basis because now you're crossing that 30,000 level, which Bitcoin hasn't tested in quite a while. It's also crossed its 200-day moving average if you want to apply technicals to Bitcoin at the end of the day. But to see that optimism on a sea of red, that's pretty interesting, Danny.
The sea of red continues in Europe, Kriti. I got to say, I'm so pumped about this Norges Bank decision. I'm so pumped we're talking about jumbo rate hikes again. Honestly, just because I want to say the word jumbo. It's very fun. Anyway, it is a sell-off that's intensifying in Europe. It's looking like something real versus just consolidation, which is what it felt like to start the week. We're seeing declines of more than 1% for a lot of these regions, for the CAC 40, for the FTSE MIB, for the IBEX. But I want to show you currencies because, Kriti, I mean, you pointed this out. That's really where the excitement is today. Now, if you were trading the Swiss franc, I honestly do not envy you. It was really wild to watch the session because right leading up into the S&B decision, it started to gain. In fact, it strengthened the most versus the yen since the franc was floating, not pegged anymore. But then we got that decision that it was 25 basis points. It wasn't a hawkish surprise from the SNB. So now this cross, which again had hit a record high since it was no longer pegged, is now back down. The yen is gaining against the Swiss franc. Now, elsewhere in the world of currencies, again, it was the jumbo rate hike from Norway. Not only did they hike by 50 basis points, but their peak rate is significantly higher. Their forecast was for 3.6%. Now it is 4.2%. So the core is hot in Norway. They have a tight labor market, so they are hiking. And that's the same exact dynamic for the Bank of England. Right now, we're not doing much on sterling, really just waiting for that decision, Kriti.
I want to stick with that story, Danny, because of course it's going to have ripple effects around the world. A rate hike is all but certain when the Bank of England meets today. After the May inflation print showed core CPI, as you just mentioned, still on the rise. For more, we're joined by Jamie Rush, our chief European economist. Jamie, talk to us about the odds of the BOE going 50 today.
I actually think they're going to pass on that. I think 25 basis points would be sufficient. Let me tell you why. So if you think about how loans are priced in the economy, 2-year, 5-year loans, they're not based on bank rate, they're based on swap rates, and those have really climbed. So monetary policy is already acting as a massive drag on the UK economy. The repricing over the past couple of months of rate expectations is going to squeeze further. The bank doesn't want to add 50 basis points to that mix, so I think they will take a non-panicked approach, 25 basis points, and not push back on market pricing.
You know, it's interesting because when it comes to the SNB, we did see them downgrade their inflation forecast. I mean, I'm assuming that's because they hiked, but I mean, why hike if they are seeing maybe a less pernicious environment?
Well, there's a couple of things. I mean, they've got to position themselves relative to the ECB and the Fed if they want to avoid any movement in the exchange rate. And for us, you know, sat here in the UK where core inflation is 7%, we look at them, they've got core inflation of 1.9%, we think, hey, what's the problem? Well, they don't like core inflation of 1.9%, they want it lower. Yeah. So I think they're going to keep going with the ECB, probably September as well.
Well, Jamie, at the start of this segment, Danny pointed out just kind of the monster move we got from the Norges Bank, largely unexpected by the investor consensus. Talk to us a little bit about where that's coming from here. I don't think it's lost on me that the Bank of Canada, the RBA, and Norges Bank have all hiked to the upside. Is there a commodity narrative going on there?
I think the Norges Bank is in a specific position in that historically rates have always been higher than the ECB, and they were below. So I think they had a bit of catching up to do. So I think that helps explain it. They also have that tight labour market, high core inflation. So you know it's reasonable.
Well, a lot to digest there. Jamie Rush, all over it, our chief European economist over at Bloomberg Economics. We'll also be speaking, by the way, with the Swiss National Bank President Thomas Jordan later today. Stay tuned for that interview. In the meantime, stateside, we go to the Federal Reserve. Fed Chair Jay Powell testifying before the House Financial Committee, leaning on his hawkish message after a pause last week.
We never used the word pause, and I wouldn't use it here today. What we did was we agreed to maintain the rate at that meeting. Almost every single of the 16 of the 18 participants on the FOMC wrote down that they do believe it'll be appropriate to raise rates, and a big majority believes raise rates twice this year. And I think that's a pretty good guess of what will happen if the economy performs about as expected.
Joining us now is Bloomberg's Paul Dobson. Paul, talk to us about the biggest takeaways here from Chairman Powell's testimony. Has he said anything that perhaps other central banks around the world might kind of rip a page out of?
Yeah, well, you heard the guy, talking about 2 more hikes at least this year. Maybe not all guns blazing and done in one go. Maybe a slower pace, hike, pause, hike, pause. But he's still talking about doing more, and that's exactly what you've been talking about on the top of the show with all of the other central banks around the world moving in that same direction, starting with Australia and Canada, which surprised earlier in the month, and now we see Norges Bank going aggressive as well. Expectations high for what the rest of the central banking community is going to do. 1 or 2 setbacks around the world, maybe the market can survive, but if there's complete unanimity in the terms of these blows coming one after the other from the central banks, at some point you're going to think that that's going to check that momentum that we've seen in equity markets so far this year. Over on the rate side, you've seen the yield curve inversion getting ever more pronounced, back to 100 basis points between the rate on the US 2-year and the yield on the 10-year bond as well. It shows you people are pricing in more aggressive Fed short term, but the long term impact is going to be, a need to slam on the brakes at some point as well.
But even before we had those decisions today, we still had markets selling off yesterday in reaction to Powell. And I guess, Paul, I just kind of have a head scratcher about that because, he didn't really say anything different than last week's FOMC presser, did he?
I don't think that he said anything different, but he emphasized and he stuck very much to the message and to his guns and to the communication. I think that, markets are a little bit like naughty school children at the moment, trying to see where they can push things, but keep getting reminded or scolded by the teachers at the central banks, that they need to pay attention to this because they're not gonna check or they're not gonna change their mind. If there is any more dovish voices from the Fed. It seems to be from the non-voters rather than the voting side of it at the moment. There is still very much that kind of, stance from policymakers that they want to get this done and they want to get inflation in check. And I think, Powell almost said explicitly, if that causes a slowdown in growth, so be it. That's the intention right now.
Paul, I've said this earlier, I'll say it again, and I stand by it, that the most interesting thing about the hearing yesterday was Powell saying that he is a Grateful Dead fan. He has confirmed the rumors. Paul, thank you so much. That's Bloomberg's Paul Dobson. Now, after warning about a 20% drop in quarterly trading revenue last week, Deutsche Bank CEO Christian Sewing told Bloomberg in an exclusive interview that recovery is in sight.
In Q3 and Q4, there is momentum in the business on the fixed side, but for us as a strategy of Deutsche Bank, it is important that we further balance out the investment bank overall.
Joining us now is Bloomberg's Guy Johnson, who conducted that exclusive interview. Guy, what were your big takeaways?
Well, I want to fold in what we've been talking to Christian Sewing today about and fold it into the conversation you've been having about rates. So James von Moltke a few days back says Q2 we think we're going to see a drop of between 15 to 20% in FIC revenue. What Christian Sewing today said is, I think for the rest of the year we're going to see a recovery, and the reason is that he doesn't see the macro uncertainty that we see in evidence this morning. You've been talking about the Norge Bank, we're going to get the Bank of England. He doesn't see that abating, and this macro instability is perfect for FIC trading. So basically, he sees it continuing, and as a result of which he sees the FIC business bouncing back in the second half of the year. So this environment he doesn't see going away anytime soon. Get used to it. It's going to be with us for a while.
Well, guys, speaking of a really difficult environment, talk to us about the deal environment there. Does he have any more deals up his sleeve?
Okay, Critty, so he surprised everybody. He's very good at keeping secrets clear because he surprised everybody with the Numis transaction that Deutsche Bank did a couple of months ago, April, May. Nobody saw that one coming. Everybody thought that they were going to do a deal in in wealth management. They did a deal in advisory. The question is, what comes next? He kind of hinted that if he sees other good transactions out there, he will take them. He also hinted that he's looking to hire really good people right now. He's looking to provide balance throughout the entire business. He's trying to move it away from trading to focus on other areas, more stable areas, more capital light areas. And you get the impression that if there are other transactions that come up, he is willing to take that. But he's also very clear that he is in a position where he wants this bank to be profitable and he wants to continue to return money to shareholders. He wants that stability because that's the bedrock on which his plan is built. But yeah, maybe he has got a few other tricks up his sleeve. Maybe he has got a few more secrets to tell. He certainly gave a few hints about that today.
Guy, if anyone can get those secrets out, it's you.
I will try.
Guy, really fantastic interview. Bloomberg's Guy Johnson there, of course, speaking earlier exclusively to Deutsche Bank's CEO. Now, coming up, speaking of exclusive conversations, we're going to be interviewing the French Finance Minister, Bruno Le Maire, at the summit for a new financial pact in Paris. And we're going to push ahead to the BOE decision. We're going to be speaking with Sonali Punhani, head of UK economics at Credit Suisse. This is Bloomberg.
For the first, call it 18 years at Chipotle, this was you come into Chipotle along the line, you interact with the crew, and you customize your meal. We've got this separate make line, and it's digitized, and so the orders come in, and they're really kind of staged so that if you say at noon, I want to come in at 1 o'clock, we hold that order, and we will send it to the crew like maybe 10 to 1,
right.
So it's ready right when you pull up your car.
How do you manage these kind of two different staffing needs, right?
Yes.
And making sure you have the right amount of people
yes.
at the right time.
We spend a lot of time projecting sales. A lot of it is, it's part art, part science. We're trying to bring more science and more AI into it. Because if you get the right sales projection, then you know exactly what your staffing needs to be. So if you get the sales right, you can get the entire restaurant staffed perfectly. With just a couple people, our average restaurant now does about over $1 million per restaurant in digital sales.
From the world of politics to the world of business. Every weekday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, hosts Anne-Marie Hordern and Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live from Bloomberg's Washington headquarters. Get the latest from and about politics' biggest power players at the end of every trading day. Balance of Power, every weekday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Kriti Gupta in New York with Danny Berger in London. Look, the question today is all about central banks in Europe. You're starting to see, of course, a lot of anticipation for what the BOE is going to do, expected perhaps to hike for a 13th time and maybe even go as high as 50 if you are in that boat. What's interesting, though, is at the same time you get decisions out of the Swiss National Bank and Norges Bank, both surprising in different directions. The result is a mixed picture for the dollar, which is kind of net flat at the moment. But take a look at what's driving it. That strength in the Norwegian krone is actually weighing on the dollar the most. Pretty substantial when you compare it to, say, what the Swiss franc is doing off of the S&B, only hiking 25 basis points. Again, surprising, but perhaps to the dovish side, that's actually perhaps strengthening the dollar just a little bit. Joining us now is Bloomberg's Eddie Vanderwall to kind of break it all down. A lot of different cross currents here. Eddie, Kit Jukes over at SocGen put out a note this morning, and he asked the question, when do rate hikes ultimately weigh on currencies instead of going the other way around? I'll put that question to you. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think Kit was alluding to the pound there, and there's a lot of expectation that the Bank of England will have to become aggressive. But we've got to look at the reasons, right? The reasons are that inflation remains hot here, and the fear is that topples the housing markets, which then brings the UK into recession. And I think that's why, for the UK in particular, if we see those aggressive moves from the BOE, it may not be supportive of the pound.
Yeah, and I know there's some, current accounts dynamics in there too. But okay, so you have Norges Bank surprising with a hawkish decision. Inflation in the UK is obviously very hot too. To what degree is this a global trend of re-upping rate hikes, re-upping inflation, or is this very contained?
Look, I think this is what we are seeing here is the emergence of a new trend, which is central bank divergence, right? I think there are various economies around the world that are in very different stages, both of their rate hikes, but also just of their economic cycle, right? And I think the UK is at the one extreme there. We're struggling still with inflation, with slower growth, whereas other places like the US, growth is still doing well, and they don't need to hike as much anymore because inflation's starting to come down. And then on the other hand, you've got China, right, where they are actively boosting the economy because things are slowing down. I think post-COVID, we had all of the central banks in the same boat, and right now we're just starting to see that divergence.
So, Eddie, it feels like then at the end of the day, even though perhaps in the short term you have these kind of big moves being driven by those interest rate differentials, that is not going to be the long-term play when it comes to both the bond market and the FX market.
Yeah, I think you've got to look at each economy and you've got to figure out why it is that they're doing what they're doing. Are they doing this to support the economy? Are they doing it out of almost a sense of panic? In the UK, it really feels like things are a little bit out of control. Inflation keeps running hot with every reading. And the Bank of England may just feel that they both have to surprise to the upside and give some hawkish guidance, but that at the same time may just topple the housing market. So yes, I think it's a very sticky situation in some places.
One risk asset that cares not one bit about any of this because it's got its own thing going on. You know where I'm going, Eddie. It's Bitcoin.
I do.
I mean, there was this BlackRock ETF last week that was filed. I mean, is it fair to say, okay, if BlackRock is filing an ETF for Bitcoin, they're feeling confident that something's going to happen?
Look, I think BlackRock knows a good bandwagon when it sees one, right? I think what we're seeing here is Bitcoin had a tough 2022 and is probably coming back a little bit on the expectations of some sort of, of a halving of supply again next year. And every time that we have seen those halvings of supply, which is something that's built into the Bitcoin algorithm, you do see prices generally exploding higher. And then you see a lot of institutional money and institutional interest coming back. I think that the BlackRock and others are trying to get ahead of that curve because, Bitcoin cycles are pretty well defined at this point.
Yeah. Just, I guess you need the SEC to actually approve one of these things to see how it plays out. Eddie, thank you so much for joining us. As always, that is Bloomberg's Eddie Vanderwalt. And for more market analysis, check out MLive Go on your terminal. This is Bloomberg.
Your source for news and analysis covering the biggest challenges facing the UK government, economy, financial services and markets.
Tax cuts should not be the priority. It's about a credible plan for growth over the next 2-3 years.
In this post-Brexit world, how do you see actually servicing your clients?
It was disruptive and it's going to have implications to how capital raising works.
Now we're having the perfect storm in the UK.
Watch Francine Lacqua Thursdays at 9:30 a.m. only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
The EU is one of the largest and wealthiest consumer markets in the world, and there are very few global companies that can afford not to trade in the EU. So as the price for accessing the European market, these companies need to obey European regulations. That's not surprising. But often these companies choose that they will extend the European standards across their global conduct and their global production because they want to avoid the cost of complying with multiple different regulatory regimes. So there are benefits to standardization, benefits to uniform production. So all the EU needs to do is to regulate the single market. And it's then the market forces and the business incentives of global companies that transform that EU rule.
the background is there's that tweet going around of someone who looked suspiciously like Jay Powell at a Grateful Dead concert.
So we still haven't gotten confirmation if he was actually there or not, if that was indeed him in the red shirt. But it is good to know that he's a fan.
He's a fan, and apparently, like everyone in the finance world is. Joe Weisenthal tweeted that literally during that congressional testimony, he was at a Grateful Dead conference in Citi Field. You just know that Jay Powell's heart was breaking, that he had to go to Congress while his fellow Deadheads were enjoying some sweet tunes. I should really listen to them. I honestly know nothing about the Grateful Dead. All right. Kriti, coming up, we're gonna talk about something you and I both know, right? It is, of course, the UK. It is the BOE. Sonali Punhani of Credit Suisse, head of UK economics, is going to be joining us next. This is Bloomberg.
We have been so used to the fact that every time there's a problem, central banks come and ease. This has been the kind of playbook, throughout my career, before that, after I left. Now we're in a very different environment. Central banks actually have to create a recession, in essence, to get back to price stability. So it's a complete reversal of the modus operandi, in a sense, of central banks as they've known it for the last several decades. So that's why it's not so much that they're getting something wrong. They've now acknowledged that there is this trade-off, these costs to pay, but it's a completely different way of thinking about central banks, and it's a different role. Another way to put it is they have to be unpopular now in order to get inflation back down, where it used to be you could count on them each time to rescue you, to stabilize the system, to bring support. And that has shifted, and I think many people, even in the markets, have not quite understood in my mind how much we are now in a different regime compared to the last 4 decades, effectively.
So it's what, almost an easing bias in the markets? How would you describe it?
In the US, yes. And I think it's this idea, this almost pre-programmed idea, when there is a problem, i.e. potential recession, central banks will come and ease.
This June, in honor of Pride Month and Juneteenth, Bloomberg brings you a special equality series every Thursday in June at 1 p.m. Eastern. Bloomberg Equality, celebrating inclusion this Pride Month.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. Here's what you need to know. Investors keeping an eye on a host of central bank decisions. The Swiss National Bank and Norges Bank raised rates as markets anticipate the Bank of England to follow suit with a 13th hike. And day 2 on Capitol Hill, Chair Powell doubles down on the Fed's expectation for additional hikes in the first day of the hearing. Traders are betting that the bank is going to raise one more time in July. And a glimmer of hope coming from Deutsche Bank. CEO Christian Saving says he expects trading results to improve in the second half of the year. I'm Kriti Gupta in New York with Danny Berger in London. Danny, I feel like central bank palooza is the perfect description for the pre-market action we're seeing this morning.
And you know who we're going to be hiring to play at Central Bank Palooza. It's obviously the Grateful Dead. I swear I'll let this go at some point. Still the best part of Powell's testimony. Okay, look, I am so excited about Norges Bank. The BOE better show up today because this at the moment is the most fascinating central bank decision. And we're looking at the NOK really gaining off the back of a 50 basis point hike from the Norwegian central bank. The expectation had been for 25, but they're having hot core inflation and a tight labor market among other factors. So here's versus the euro. Euro falls about 1.2% versus the NOK. Now, overall stocks, those are sour this morning for yet another day this week. Every day so far this week, European stocks have declined, except for Ocado, the grocery store service. Some reports from the time that they might get a bid. Those shares are up something like 40%. The Swissy, that is now starting to fall versus the yen. This just shows the perils of trading central banks. Right before the S&B's decision, this thing strengthened pretty significantly with maybe some expectations the S&B might do 50 like Norges Bank, but nope, they just go 25. And Critty, we're still waiting to see whether the BOE surprises us. For now, sterling unchanged versus the dollar.
Yeah, certainly going to have ripple effects on central banking policy stateside. Danny, you have 30 minutes to squeeze in as many Grateful Dead references as you can. And I then think perhaps the statute of limitations comes up. Exactly. So futures, we're looking at 43.99 on the benchmark here. Lower by about 0.2%. Call it a little bit of cautious pessimism, as Danny coined the phrase earlier. You're not seeing a ton of movement here, but really all the action is in the bond market. And it really speaks to the idea of what Danny was just talking about. What kind of precedent does the Bank of England set? Is this a one-off? Is this an isolated case? Or is this something that's going to have ripple effects to the Federal Reserve? When you look at the bond market, the answer is yes, because the idea here is that the 10-year yield might just take its cue from what you see in the gilts market across the Atlantic. 374 at the moment, higher by about 3 basis points. Already seeing the volatility kind of seep in there. And when you see that move in yields, you would expect the FX story to follow. But right now, the Bloomberg Dollar Index kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. The Norwegian krona on one end, the Swiss franc, and even the pound on the other, kind of pulling it in opposite directions. So net on the surface, it looks like nothing's happening. But underneath the surface, a lot of those FX dynamics, Danny, that you just laid out are going to be crucial. Of course, Bitcoin is also going to be on the top of our radar. Over 30,000, crossing its 200-day moving average. We don't really look at this as a macro asset as of late, but it is worth saying that this is the higher by about 0.5% on news about BlackRock and their ETF. We're going to dig into that in a little bit, but really the only asset that's in the green, Danny, among a sea of red.
We need something to keep us positive. Well, let's look forward to the Bank of England rate decision. It comes up in just over an hour, and the expectation is for another hike, but the size of that hike will certainly be the key focus as inflation in the UK continues to remain sticky. For more, we're joined by the head of UK economics at Credit Suisse. It is Sonali Punhani. Sonali, so great to see you.
Lovely to be here.
It's never a boring moment when you join us because it's always around a BOE rate decision. So what do you think? Are they just going to go 25 today? Could they surprise?
I think they're going to go 25. The base case is that. I mean, obviously, what matters is not just the decision, but also the vote structure, the guidance, what they say for future rate hikes. And I think the reason they might do 25 today is because, they haven't given us any prior guidance in the past that they're going to step up the pace of hiking. And I feel like, just without any guidance, stepping up the pace of hiking could create more financial volatility, especially at a time when the markets are already pricing in an extremely high terminal rate. And I think the problem is that, the BOE still believes that, a large part of the tightening is still to feed through to the economy. And as a result, I think that can make them a little more cautious than what the markets are expecting them to do.
You make a really good point about the fragility of this UK market. Now, you talk about how the vote split might come up. What are you looking for there to give you hints of what the BOE does after today's decision?
Yeah, I think there are 2 key points, right? One is the vote split, and I think there could be 1 or 2 members voting for a 50 basis points hike. So even though the majority votes for 25, we could have 1 or 2 members, and that could give a signal of future hikes decisions by the Bank of England. The second is what they do with the guidance. I mean, they did drop the word forceful, respond forcefully, which meant 50 basis points hike, quote unquote, in the last few meetings. But it could be that in this meeting, they could reintroduce that forceful guidance, which basically means that they're keeping the door open for 50 basis points. And then I think everything is data dependent. We have 1 more inflation and labor market report before the August meeting. So if that surprises to the upside again, then the case for doing a 50 in August would rise. And at the same time, August is also a meeting, where they have their inflation forecast, where there's a press conference, so they can explain the decision better in an August MPR month than today, where you just get the minutes. And if they do a 50, I think in terms of communication, it might not go that well.
Well, Well, Sonali, you did mention that this is, at the end of the day, based on the data that we are going to get in terms of opening the door to 50. What would that look like? What would it take to get there?
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing in the last few months that we've seen core inflation continue to surprise to the upside and also wage growth surprising to the upside. So they're both close to 7%. And I think it's that upward trend. If that continues, then the Bank of England would be surprised to the upside. In the previous meetings, they have said that, they expect the labor market to slow. They expect the wage growth numbers to slow. And so far, we are not seeing evidence of that. But if that continues even over the summer and we don't end up seeing a drop in core inflation or a drop in wage growth, then the Bank of England, I think, would need to move to more aggressive action. And then I think 50 gets back on the table for August.
So Sonali, that's the short-term picture. Let's talk about the long-term here. I think we had a chart earlier this week that said the last time we saw inflation this high, the Bank of England was at a 15% kind of terminal rate there. Talk to us a little bit about the way that UK inflation is structured here. John Arthur's pointing out overnight that if you look at the case of the 70s and the 90s, the UK inflation story has been significantly stronger than its European peers. Explain to our international audience why that is.
Yeah, I mean, I think at least in this moment, there is a bit of a structural issue in the UK economy that potentially is driving inflation higher and is making inflation slower to come down. I mean, we've had labor shortages in the last few months, or since the pandemic, I would say, which have been quite stark. And, it could be because of, long-term sickness, because of which people have left the labor force. It could be because of Brexit. But there are reasons why the labor force is just structurally less than what it used to be. And I think those labor shortages are the reason why wage growth is being fueled into the economy, and that's feeding into inflation. If you look at the other components of inflation, currently food and energy, those are coming down, and I think the Bank of England would be encouraged by the fact that those elements of inflation are coming down. But the one that's really sticky and that's been the problem has been core inflation, and I would say the labor market and the shortages that we're seeing in the labor market today in the UK maybe distinguishes it from the rest of the developed markets where the labor market is loosening and you're seeing signs of wage growth cooling, whereas in the UK we are not so far.
The popular UK media has certainly gone after Andrew Bailey. One of our producers, Valerie Teitel, and I put together this list of some of the commentary. The Times over the weekend saying Bailey has run out of excuses. The Telegraph saying that this is a battle he can't win. My personal favorite from May, The Sun saying monkeys could run the Bank of England better than its current bosses. I'm sure most people would disagree with that, but does that do anything to put pressure on Andrew Bailey seeing this kind of commentary?
Yeah, I mean, I think it does. I think, there is an element of the Bank of England being seen as a central bank where the inflation problem is getting more and more entrenched, and that does come to the credibility and does have an impact on the credibility of the Bank of England. Having said that, I mean, they do have to still work on economic models and see go with what they believe and what the right thing to do with the economy is, because obviously the risk is that if they over-tighten and the mortgage and creates a lot of volatility in the mortgage market, then we might be in a sort of a painful recession, which obviously would also be criticized. So I think it's a hard place for the Bank of England to be, because I think they are, if they do too much, then people who, especially the ones who have mortgages, would be the ones who would be criticizing the Bank of England. And if they don't do too much and let inflation out of control, then the criticism would be on the inflation side. So they're not in an enviable position at all, and it's definitely a very difficult job for them to do.
Yeah, no way to make everyone happy in this scenario. Sonali, thank you so much for joining. As always, that's Sonali Punjani of Credit Suisse. Now, coming up, we're going to look ahead to an exclusive interview with French Finance Minister Bruno Le Maire at the summit for a new financial pact in Paris. This is Bloomberg.
sports and money. They've always gone together.
But never before have sports been so massively influential and as lucrative as they are today.
NFL, NBA, none of them were what they are today when they were born.
There's leagues that are being thought of and built every day.
New teams, new leagues, new business models, even entirely new sports.
I never in a million years would have thought this is what my life would be like.
We set out to find what's happening and what's about to happen at the nexus of business, sports, and culture.
Getting involved from a business perspective was something that was very natural and an easy transition for me.
From the pickleball courts of Arizona
to the kabaddi tournaments in India
to the cornhole boards at your local tailgate. This is what's next in sports.
Business Week Radio, live weekday afternoons at 3 p.m. Eastern.
We got a little bit of talking.
Come on, are you guys ready?
Harnessing the power of Bloomberg Business Week, Carol Masser and Tim Stanovic bring you the latest news from the worlds of business, technology, politics, and more.
How does the Fed play into this and what the Fed does potentially?
This is so exhausting and this is so all-encompassing.
Listen on Bloomberg Radio and streaming on YouTube and Bloomberg Originals.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Kriti Gupta in New York with Danny Berger in London. World leaders are gathered in Paris as French President Emmanuel Macron hosts the summit for a new global financing pact. Bloomberg's Francine Lacqua joins us now from the summit. She gets the best assignments, I have to say. Fran, talk to us about this summit. Talk to us about the significance of being there.
Hi, Kriti. It's pretty fun being here. It is a little bit chaotic. You have 30 heads of states in a quite confined and small space. The focus, of course, is on keeping the momentum on climate change. Now, this is not an easy task because it basically touches here and there on a lot of the financial institutions. It's the World Bank, it's the IMF, it's public and private partnerships on how they can work together to try and tackle the big issues. This is poverty, this is child poverty, this is climate change, this is, of course, the next pandemic. Now, we're not expecting some kind of huge overhaul. There was at some point talk of Macron wanting to do a new Bretton Woods agreement. This is not going to happen. What will probably happen is things here and there, maybe a couple of $100 billion of money transferred, but it's really to try and keep momentum, keeping the dialogue also ahead of COP28. And making sure that, world leaders that are also not here understand that it's really finance. It's the way we finance projects and give money to infrastructure projects that could really be a catalyst for some of these huge issues we need to tackle.
Well, the conversation isn't just about clean energy there, Francine. It's about the old dirty stuff, too. I know you spoke with Fatih Birol, the IEA executive director. What were your takeaways from that conversation?
Yeah, so we had a good conversation, Danny, about world growth. And of course, he says when it comes to the price of oil, that could really make or break a nation. So if you don't have the infrastructure, it's almost like catch-22, right? If you don't have infrastructure for clean technology and green, then you go back to the fossil fuel unless it's so expensive that it's better for you to do renewable. Now, the easiest way of dealing with this is also transfer money from the rich nations to the poorer nations, something that we have heard pledged, but no real money has come through. Now, Fatih Birol was extremely interesting when speaking about the perspectives of China, the fact that they had not put all of this stimulus in place and the dynamics that means for supply and demand to China. What we could see, remember, there's also the Chinese premier here. We could see the shift this afternoon, talk about debt relief, one of the most important and maybe concrete actions that could be taken.
Okay, Francine, thank you so much. That is Bloomberg's Francine Lacqua in Paris. And don't miss, coming up shortly, she's going to have an exclusive interview with the French finance minister, Bruno Le Maire. Again, that'll be in the next hour. Kriti.
Well, as we watch for developments out of Europe, we're also watching for developments out of Washington as well. President Biden due to host Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi today, and a lot on the agenda. Let's bring in Bloomberg's Roz Matheson for a little bit more. Roz, the timing of this is crucial as a lot of corporate kind of tech companies and others diversify away from China. But that's not all that's on the agenda. Walk us through what these two leaders might talk about.
Well, it's very interesting because, of course, he's only the third leader who'll get a state dinner under the Biden administration. And, of course, he's addressed Congress before. This will be his second time addressing Congress, just showing the importance of that relationship. And as you say, there'll be a lot of talk about deals in the tech space, the Micron 1 billion chip plant in India, Elon Musk perhaps investing in India, but it's also about boosting defense ties and doing deals in that space. And that's about drawing India away from China and Russia, because it's got very strong trade relationships in the defense space with Russia and China, about bringing them further into the tent with US companies and defense contractors. So that's going to be very much on the agenda. And also there might be a bit of a nudge from the US again to Narendra Modi, because India has walked a fine line on Russia's war in Ukraine, has not overtly condemned Russia, continued to do business with Russia in the energy space and the defense space. So perhaps a bit more encouragement for India to take a stronger line there.
I was going to say, if Modi is hoping to come and promote India as a friend-shoring destination for the US, how much of that is already being done? How far away are the two countries from having that, again, friend-shoring type relationship?
Well, they're definitely moving closer. You can see a lot of opportunity for US companies very much in the India market. For starters, giving demographics, of course, a young nation demographically, a lot of opportunity there. But also, you can see efforts to say to India, we need to reshore your supply chains, really. We're open to doing more investment in the US, equally in India. So you can see some progress around things like visa entry for Indians working in the US as well. So it's all part of this idea of binding the US and Indian economies closer together, and certainly diversifying away from China and Russia.
Right. Okay, Roz, thank you so much for that. That is Bloomberg's Roz Matheson. All right, from geopolitics to banks, Deutsche Bank CEO Christian Sewing says he expects trading results to improve in the second half. He sat down with Bloomberg's Guy Johnson.
We have a very strong corporate bank, a very nice developing private bank, and therefore we can confirm our 28 to 29 billion of revenues for this year. We see the momentum. We see a Q2, to be honest, Q2 2023 from a revenue point of view, which is higher than Q2 2022. So overall, I would say this bank is faring well. The strategy is paying off. With regard to the investment bank, we always said that we had a record year. We had an extraordinary strong year in the FIC business in 2022. I still think that actually in Q1 and Q2 we have done well, but the overall market is a bit weaker than in the record year of 2022. But I do believe with some uncertainties, for instance, the debt ceiling issue going away in the US, then with the still complex situation which is in front of us, I do believe that in Q3 and Q4 there is momentum in the business on the FIC side. But for us as a strategy of Deutsche Bank, it is important that we further balance out the investment bank overall. We have a very strong FIC business. We have a very strong DCM business. What we really wanted to achieve is that also the O&A business is further strengthened, and hence we've put a lot of investments into that.
So just to wrap this part of the conversation up, it's going to be an operating environment for the FIC business that is likely to be less good than last year. Q2 may or may not be a blip. You still see uncertainty in the second half of the year, which could provide opportunity. So on balance, the numbers are likely to be slightly better than the 15 to 20% that James guided to.
That's what I would say for the coming months and weeks. Again, Q2 was also a particular quarter, given the situation also which we had in the US. We can already see also now in June, on the most recent days, that there is momentum in the business. So I'm overall actually quite comfortable also with the FIC business. And again, Q2 was a particular quarter. I would say that the FIC business in Q3 and Q4, I think there was a slight recovery.
Deutsche Bank CEO Christian Sewing there, speaking exclusively to Bloomberg's Guy Johnson, seeing things improving in the second half of this year. More volatility come, I guess. Now coming up, speaking of volatility, the market moving events you need to look out for today. This is Bloomberg.
let's go inside the boardroom. Let's suppose you win a proxy fight and or you just get invited onto the board. You go to your first board meeting, and you're the person who's saying you can fix this company, and all of the others on the board of directors are saying, well, we're doing pretty well. How do you get received when you start saying, here's what I wanted you to do?
Well, first of all, we don't bring that to the boardroom. Our time is spent with the CEO, the chairman, the CFO, and share our plans with them outside the boardroom. We try never to solve an issue in a boardroom. Okay, it's always best done the day before, the week before, outside that room. We wouldn't be there if they really were doing well. So it's really hard for them to straight face and tell us we're doing well. And we present them with a plan.
Our studios in New York and San Francisco, our expert hosts of the data and analysis about the companies you know and the startups to watch, plus the interviews you don't want to miss. Watch Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech, right in the middle of the trading action. 12 p.m. on the East Coast, 9 a.m. in the West, only on Bloomberg Television, your global business authority.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance Early Edition. I'm Danny Berger in London. Kriti Gupta is in New York. Now let's take a look at what's ahead today. We're going to get the Bank of England's rate decision. That will be at 7 a.m. Eastern Time. Were they surprised with the jumbo hike after that hot CPI reading this week? Then it's another round of U.S. jobless claims and existing home sales at 8:30. Will that be another surprise for jobless claims to the upside? Plus, Chair Powell's testimony continues in the Senate at 10 a.m. And then finally, what we're just speaking with Roz Matheson about, President Biden and Prime Minister Modi will be delivering their post-meeting remarks at 12:45. Kriti.
Yeah, and that brings me to some of the major tech names that you should be watching in the pre-market. We talked about, Elon Musk meeting Narendra Modi and some of the other kind of heavyweight tech companies talking about that big investment. But at the top of my mind this morning in the tech universe is the Amazon story. Yesterday, FTC suing Amazon for making it difficult to cancel Prime membership. We know that Lina Khan, one of the heads, of the FTC, is really going hard on some of those tech names. Danny, Amazon shares down about 0.3% off that.
One of the more interesting things about this story, if you read the Bloomberg reporting, that apparently Amazon internally knew that the process was so lengthy that they called trying to cancel Prime the Iliad, of course referring to Homer's epic and lengthy poem.
Always a pop culture reference with you, if you can call Homer's Iliad a pop culture reference.
It's old school. Is it pop?
It's culture for sure. Let's go to perhaps the other part of the tech universe. If you can call Bitcoin tech or commodities or even currencies, that's where I want to go, especially when it comes to some of the major players there. Seeing a little bit of a mixed picture after headlines that pushed Bitcoin higher to above 30,000, surged by some of that ETF optimism from BlackRock, So Coinbase, the exchange, down about 0.2%. But then you have the miners that have way more exposure to the cryptocurrency space naturally. So Riot Platform, for example, and Marathon Digital Holdings, both up about, let's call it 0.2%, Danny.
Yeah, I mean, we've been waiting for a Bitcoin ETF for so long. It's kind of not clear to me if we have this BlackRock ETF giant, like BlackRock entering the market. Does everyone assume, okay, maybe they know something that other people don't know? Or perhaps they think just now is a better time. Some of the volatility has calmed down, and it's certainly done good things, as you point out, to the price of Bitcoin itself.
Yeah, and it's kind of crucial when it comes to just how much appetite there's going to get, because there's one thing to launch an ETF, as you and I both know. It's another thing to actually see the flows to kind of keep it in business. So we'll see how well that's received given the regulatory scrutiny around the world there.
Yeah, I mean, it is, if we were back a few months ago and we're just talking FTX, I don't think we would have said, okay, BlackRock is probably going to apply for an ETF. So a lot has changed, and Bitcoin, it survived it all, past $30,000. All right, that is it for Early Edition. Surveillance, light, surveillance normal. It is ahead with the BOE rate decision, if I can find my words, due at 7 a.m. Eastern, and an exclusive interview with the French finance minister, Bruno Le Maire. All ahead, this is Bloomberg.
Venture capital. It's been volatile. From bank crisis anxiety to AI exuberance, Caroline Hyde and Ed Ludlow chat with the biggest names about the latest tech trends.
Is AI going to dominate the earnings narrative for this sector this week?
I think we're seeing opportunity and potential platform shift that we haven't seen in a long time.
If you're a company today and you're not embracing the changes that are taking place with AI, you're going to be behind.
How do you prove to the investor base that you haven't just tacked on AI to make yourself sexy?
It's very hard to differentiate if you're not experienced with AI.
The startup stories.
We think this is a watershed moment for technology.
Certain categories are more exciting than others. Right now, obviously, generative AI is a category that is very exciting to startup founders, customers, and venture capitalists as well.
So what we are seeing is a new area of opportunities for new founders to come and change the industries that matter.
And the real talk on realistic valuations.
Some of the best opportunities are sitting right in front of us.
How do you discern which ones are good on the marketplace right now?
I think founders have woken up to the reality that taking on more money at higher terms doesn't necessarily play to their benefit in the long run.
How do you actually invest?
Follow the VC money on Bloomberg Technology, the only daily business show dedicated to tech right in the middle of the trading action. 12 p.m. on the East Coast, 9 a.m. in the West, only on Bloomberg Television.
The Fed has been trying to talk this market down, and in the end, the equity market has simply ignored it.
Different sectors of the economy are performing in different ways.
The market's gotten more and more selective.
I think we can all agree that the economy is a lot less interest rate sensitive than we thought.
Every single leading indicator of a recession is flashing red. Deeply red.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, and Lisa Abramowitz.
Good morning, everyone. Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Tom Keene. It is a Bank of England day. We will declare victory with a smart set of guests across all this morning. And we don't have Governor Bailey with us, but if we had Governor Bailey with us, Lisa Abramowitz, it would be interesting, to say the least.
Especially because markets are pricing in 6% rates for the Bank of England by December. This is something people had not expected, and this really almost guarantees a recession. The question now is that inevitability anyway, and is this just a question of how much they can moderate the inflation in the process?
Over in merry old England, Adam Posen of the Peterson Institute taking the high ground with the Telegraph this morning. He doesn't mince words, and I'm going to go beyond the banner. On radio, it's simple. Posen, United Kingdom needs 6.5% rates. Dr. Posen makes clear maybe even higher than that. We say good morning. Jonathan Farrow on assignment.
On vacation.
Different island.
Is that
he
so?
migrated from Capri. I can't pronounce it, but it's a very nice island. John Farrow not with us today, which makes us lesser because he's very good at the Bank of England. We'll as Americans try to keep up as well.
Well, can I just say, heading into the Bank of England, the appetizer, kind of shocking. What we got from the Norges Bank, we got from the Swiss National Bank, basically a surprise 50 basis point rate hike by the Norwegian Central Bank saying more is needed. You have from the Swiss National Bank, more is needed. A hawkish tone across the board, and it raises a question, what are central bankers still getting wrong? That inflation keeps surprising to the upside, and they're not getting a handle on it.
Today's a really important day. You don't see it in the headlines out there in financial media this morning, but there's some terrific tensions there. And the thing that global Wall Street looks at, Linda Yu, thank you for pointing this out to me earlier on Twitter, the 2-year yield, the 10-year yield, we're now through 100 basis points. That happened a couple of hours ago. This is a huge bellwether. Let's take a moment of silence for Priya Misra, who absolutely provided leadership on this concept of OMG, we'll never get here. Ira Jersey, quite good at Bloomberg, too.
I just took a moment of silence. I think that was enough. I think I think that this is the key question here. Does this portend some sort of recession? And is the stock market waking up to what the rates market has been saying for a long time? Because yesterday you did not see a big move in rates. You did see, though, the third straight daily decline in tech stocks in the NASDAQ sector.
So when Lisa gets going on this, I turn to the Bloomberg terminal. And here's a dirty little secret. Pro tip, I use a trading envelope TE function, which sets up the standard deviation move in any series. So Bloomberg over here is going on about the stock market's pulling back.
Love you too, Tom.
And I'm looking here from 2 standard deviations. We've come back just a teensy-weensy amount of gloom.
Totally take your point. It's not a matter of gloom. Okay, hold on. Let's just correct the record here. I wasn't saying that this is the end-all, be-all. Suddenly we're going to get this massive crash. What I'm saying is you're seeing a bigger reaction in equities right now than you are in bonds. Bonds have already reset.
Yes.
Our equities now coming to the realization and trying to grapple with the implication of higher rates for longer, which is what the Fed and a lot of other central banks are saying.
Our goal is to speak to smart people. We're going to get to that in a moment. Lisa's got an important brief. Coming up in 10 minutes, the French finance minister, Mr. Macron, with an important conference in Paris and our friends in La Croix, and conversation with Bruno Le Maire. We'll do that in a bit. Shall we brief?
Yeah, we shall. And I should just note that if things hold as they are, we are seeing a 4th straight day of losses on the NASDAQ on equities, which would be the longest streak going back to early May. So this is one of the key questions. At 7 a.m., Bank of England rate decision. This comes as 2-year yields are around the highest in the UK going back to 2008, gaming out 6% UK rates by the end of this year. What does that imply for an economy that has been resilient, has avoided the deep recession? Seems tricky, though. It seems very tricky. Today, in terms of the economic data front, 8:30 a.m. initial jobless claims. We get Chicago Fed National Activity Index and current account balance. 10 a.m. U.S. existing home sales, which should be interesting given the resilience in that sector. Initial jobless claims ticking up. Is this enough to give people confidence that the labor market is loosening to the degree that they want to see it? Yeah.
Oh, please, go ahead. No,
Today is day 2 of Jay Powell, this time in front of the Senate Banking Committee. But yes, it's not just him.
Look at this.
We also
Line
get
it up.
Michelle Bowman, Loretta Mester, Tom Barkin, a whole host of speakers. We got a whole host of speakers yesterday. You're laughing, but we've gotten such different. Well, is it though? We actually got a whole host of speakers yesterday, and it was basically, the 3 bears of, and Goldilocks, the 3 bears of all potential rhetoric. You heard from the likes of Atlanta Fed President Raphael Bostic, let's stay on hold for the rest of the year. Austin Goolsbee, surprisingly hawkish, saying it was a really close call not to hike rates.
Yeah, I saw
and
that.
Then Fed Chair Jay Powell basically towing the line, but with a little bit more of a hawkish tilt.
We got to be quick here because we got a very busy top of the hour. Hey, bring up that chart again, Amy, if you would. The 4 faces of the Fed speaking today. For all of you worldwide, this is the American difference within the Federal Reserve System. Each of these people is highly unique, and I'll go over to the right side to Mester, the mathematician, and Barkin, who is outstanding at business process, just as 2 ideas. We are rushed this morning waiting for Bruno Le Maire. Katrina Dudley joins us for a too short a brief this morning with Franklin Mutual as well. Katrina, are interest rates going to drive higher?
I think we've already got the indication from Powell that we have got at least another 2 rate hikes coming before the end of the year. So I think that you really need to trust the Fed. You've talked about how smart the people in the room there are, and I think we agree with that, that if they're indicating that this was just a pause, and it was a pause that was done on the margin, you've got another 2 rate hikes coming.
What do you make, Katrina, of the fact that bonds have priced in the idea of a more hawkish Fed, hawkish central banks? Stocks perhaps seem to just be waking up to that reality. What's your view?
Well, have a look what's driving the stock market here. It's been this AI trend, which is really a deflationary trend if you think about it, because it is replacing, a certain amount of functionality that was done by humans often with technology. So I think that you've got a deflationary trend that's being recognized in the equity markets and the performance you've had in the equity markets. Whereas on the bond side, you've got a lot of fear here because the Fed continues to hike. They're hiking, as you say, because we keep seeing these very high inflation prints. So I think that the equity market is actually being very rational. Yes, we've seen in the last couple of days that sell-off, but I think that sell-off is just reflecting a little bit of the interest rate pressures towards the back end of the tech companies' earnings.
So you don't think it necessarily has legs, and you might even lean into this idea that certain sectors of the equity market act as a haven now, given that they have different factors that are underpinning some of the rally. Is that correct?
I think if you take a look at what is driving it, we don't have a lot of breadth in the S&P rally at the moment. You've seen a really big move in the AI stocks. But then if I look over at different markets, you look over at Japan, you look at the European equity market, the European equity markets, they're still facing the same rate hike cycle, but you don't have that lack of breadth and the market's still there and are holding up well. I think that we need to say that the economy is just not as interest rate sensitive today as it has been in the past. We also need to think about it in terms of where the absolute rates are. I think a lot of people have focused on the rate of change, but the level of interest rates that we're talking at a level that is manageable for companies, and that's what we need to focus on: manageable interest rates that are on a trend that people can predict.
The trend here is the key, Katrina. I would suggest there's a trend of stasis, healing, maybe a little price up, yield down. What if we cut the other way? What happens, for example, with the Bloomberg Total Return Index, global, U.S., whatever, where price gives way? What will be that behavioral response if we get price down, yield up?
I think if we take a look at what's happening with yields, we are really using yields in all of the central banks to fight inflation. So we've got to see some abating of that inflation. You showed the chart earlier. We're starting to see a little tick up in the initial jobless claims, and that's the other factor that the Fed is very much watching here. But everybody that we talk to, particularly around the manufacturing economy, which is the engine of this economy, it is the engine of what is being reshored here in the United States, is holding on to their labor. They're almost like looking at us, I need to train the next generation. So I think as long as we continue to have that labor market strong, the Fed can keep raising rates in order to fight inflation without causing a significant deep recession. Maybe we have a small correction, but I don't think we're looking at having a deep recession here.
Katrina, thank you so much. Katrina Dudley, Franklin Mutual Shares. This is a joy because for America in this summer, it is where we are heading. Without question, everyone I talk to, there is only one destination, and it is Paris. It is stunning anecdotally to see the number of people migrating to France. Leading the way is Francine Lacroix from London at an important conference of Mr. Macron on climate and on the funding for poorer nations. She is in conversation with the tour director for Paris. He's on the bus telling us about the highlights. Bruno Le Maire, tour director this summer. Francine?
Tom, you couldn't be more right, actually. I have to say, everyone's here in Paris, not only because we have 30 heads of state here talking about finance and sustainability and how to tackle poverty, which is really spearheaded by the president of France, but also there was Fashion Week, and it does seem that every American actually in Europe has decided to descend on Paris. So congratulations, first of all, on creating so much buzz, not only around some important tackles, but actually Paris is buzzing. A little bit rainy today, but it's back with a vengeance. What are you trying to achieve at this conference? Are we talking about money transfer, debt forgiveness, or keeping the momentum to really try and do a new Bretton Woods agreement?
I think the key purpose is to keep the momentum and to have a new financial architecture for the poorest countries of the world. With President Macron, we don't want the poorest countries in the world to be confronted to a choice between fighting against extreme poverty and fighting against climate change. We want to provide all the financial means for those countries to be efficient in the fight against poverty and in the fight against climate change. This is the key purpose of this summit, and I think that the key point, the key purpose, would be to define a new financial architecture for the 21st century.
Minister, are you frustrated that it's taking this much time? I know the Chinese premier is here, which is a great coup because we haven't actually seen U.S. officials and Chinese officials at this high level in a room together talking about these issues, but you've tried to push also voting rights in the IMF. How's that going?
Big things need a long time, so I'm not frustrated. I think that we are totally determined with President Macron to have a final positive outcome for this summit. I think that we are moving on the right direction as far as debt restructuring is concerned. We want to move faster, we want to move quicker. I think that we could have a positive outcome as far as the debt of Zambia and Sri Lanka is concerned. It is really quite good news to have the Chinese Prime Minister here in Paris today, talking with all the head of states, talking with the Secretary General Yellen. This is really, I think, a very positive outcome. We also have the new president of the World Bank, and we are defining a new role for the multilateral development banks, providing more money for the poorest countries. So really things are moving on the right direction, and the final outcome must be positive.
Minister, I imagine that in the corridors they talk about trade. They talk about the fact that Secretary Blinken was in China, the fact that we have President Xi with a rapprochement with the U.S. What does this mean for global growth?
I think it's good news because we all want to improve the relationship between the three continents, between China, the US, Europe. We are totally determined to defend our own economic interests in Europe. You know that the new principle, which is now at the core of the European future, has been defined by President Macron, and it is sovereignty. Sovereignty means that we want to defend our technological assets, our economic interest, while talking with China, but being aware that there is a necessity to really have all the necessary tools to defend our economic interests.
But, Minister, given the high inflation, interest rates rising, I mean, the economy is extremely complex. Do we need to attract, in Europe and in France specifically, more Chinese investments?
Yes, we are open to Chinese investments in France. We had yesterday a very fruitful discussion between Prime Minister of the Chinese Republic and the key CEOs of the French economy, and we made very clear that if there is any willingness of the Chinese government to invest more in France and more in Europe, for instance, on the EVs, on the electric batteries, we are welcoming those investments.
I mean, we have a lot of U.S. viewers at this time in the day. Would they worry that actually that investment that could have gone to the U.S. is going elsewhere, including Europe?
No, I think that, climate change means a lot of new investments in green hydrogen, in batteries, in EVs and so on, solar panels. So there is place for everybody. We should just be very cautious in the way we are defending our technological assets and our technologies, our key technologies. But anyway, the fight against climate change will pave the way for new investments and new innovations. And this is a very good thing that we have fruitful talks and constructive talks between the US, the EU and China.
Minister, how difficult is it to be in charge of finances of a country at a time where interest rates are going up, inflation, of course, is going up, which leads to higher interest rates, but at the same time, you need to do economies because of huge deficits across the world?
It's a kind of fine-tuning, I would say, which means that...
Not a juggling act?
Yeah, no, just a fine-tuning, which means that the key priority is to get rid of inflation and to bring the prices down. This is the key priority for the households, of course. Then you have to take into account the necessity to come back to sound public finances. I just announced last Monday that we would cut in public expenses by 10 billion euros at least for next 2024. So this means that we are totally determined to come back to sound public finances and to stick to the path of reforms. We just introduced two key reforms, the reform of the labor market and, of course, the pension reform.
But given what we heard from the Fed and other central banks, do you not worry that interest rate hikes will be so severe that they'll almost have to crush economies or at least put them in a recession to achieve their inflation target?
That's why it's so important to keep a high level of investment and a high level of innovation. If you want to avoid recession, you have to find the right balance between coming back to sound public finances and keeping a high level of investments in the fight against climate change and, of course, in defense, since we have war back on the European soil. This is this balance that we want to preserve. You know that we are in the process of defining the new rules for the European countries, the Stability and Growth Pact. We want those new rules to keep the right balance between investments and sound public finances.
Do they need to be more flexible?
We need flexibility, of course. We need rules. We need all the countries to abide by the rules. But let's be very clear. The key factor for the 21st century for Europe is to keep a high level of investment in innovation.
Minister, thank you so much, as always, for joining us. That was Bruno Le Maire, the French finance minister. And with that, Tom, I'm going to hand it back to you in New York. And we miss you in Paris.
Francine, thanks so much. We wish we were here. Lisa and I. John's on an Italian island somewhere. We don't care about what he thinks right now. But Francine Lacroix, thank you so much there. With Bruno Le Maire, and also I should point out, noted author. It is not often that a finance minister makes a splash Mr. Le Maire is making in friction. I have to admit I have not read the books because my French is lacking.
Otherwise, you'd be reading them in French throughout the evening. Mon Dieu. I will say.
Mon Dieu, où est la bibliothèque?
Right,
That's about it.
Right.
Thank you.
Well, I wonder if Paris is going to become the new Wall Street.
We're going to, well, this is a loaded question right now. There's a little momentum happening towards the Euro train from London to Paris. This bears careful watching in the coming quarters and years. Let's bring us back right now to the immediacy. We need to do a data check to frame out where we are in 40 minutes towards the Bank of England. As Lisa mentioned, equities a little light. The VIX still 13.89. And Lisa, I'm going to go to the yield space. I'll start with a headline, 99 basis points. We printed 100 basis points. Massive and new curve inversion, as we saw a number of months ago, but yields creep up.
Well, on the front end, they're creeping up more than on the long end. That's that yield curve inversion. You're seeing the two-year yield at the highest level going back to March 9th, right before the banking crisis. What this tells me is that Fed Chair Jay Powell is correct so far, that inflation expectations over the longer term are controlled. When does that change? When we see all of these upside surprises to inflation and a Fed on hold, when do we see that other longer end creep higher in terms of yield price down?
Well, it hasn't crept higher because there's worry about economic slowdown, and that's a dynamic that we face right now and what we'll hear from the governor of the Bank of England here in a bit. But I also know this is the day the currency market began to adjust, and I agree with you, Lisa, it was off Norway and Switzerland as well. For those waking up in America, 3 banks acting today, 2 are out. And you know, to borrow from Peter Hooper, this was hawkish and almost hawkward, wasn't it, out of Oslo?
Well, maybe it was hawkward, but it certainly was clearer than what we got last week from the Federal Reserve. They are going to go again. 3.75% is the new rate. They are expecting to go further. They are further behind the United States. Still, inflation is a problem.
Right.
It is not abating, and that is the theme.
6.7% in May in Norway, and I believe that is a record high. The currency market breaks. DXY under a 102 is very important. 101.959. Yen gives way. Euro a 110 print. This is important. We're looking at 105.789. Stronger euro out to 1.1005 right now. Confirmed through sterling 127.84 in this argument about 25 or 50 basis points. So much of the story of Europe and what we'll see from Governor Bailey here in 39 minutes is about energy. And it's not only the energy in America and maybe the better tone of West Texas Intermediate 7142, but far more what a leader of petrol costs in the world of the United Kingdom. Olga Kukova is expert at this, Deputy Director of European Energy Security the Atlantic Council Global Energy Center. Olga, thank you for being so patient with us this morning with the French finance minister shoving him as well into the show. Olga, let me cut to the chase. How much is the war in Ukraine, the geography of a dam break, and other issues, how much is the war in Ukraine affecting continental and United Kingdom oil prices?
What happens in Ukraine does not stay in Ukraine. So any kind of instability, particularly the horrendous costs of the war, will have global implications on prices. So not just in Europe, and the risks and the uncertainty around the upcoming winter. So it's hard to pinpoint an exact percentage point link, but I would say that anything that's happening right now in the region and how well Europe is preparing for potential shortages and other unexpected events that could happen will directly impact the futures and other prices.
Olga, do we see a real shift in terms of diversification of energy sources in Europe based on what we have seen with Russia?
Great progress made on coal, great progress made on oil, natural gas. A lot of the questions are around how permanent this diversification is. Because as of right now, there are no sanctions on Russian natural gas coming into Europe. Russia self-sanctioned itself in terms of the exports. So the diversification so far, so good. There are some exemptions. There's some gas going into Europe through Ukraine, through Turkey, but much smaller quantity. The question is, how do we ensure that the supply security is permanent, that enough projects come online? We're seeing some in the pipeline for the next 10 years, but the question is, how do we ensure that new investments are coming online? And a lot of those are tied to the long-term contracts. And so that will be important to make sure that full 155 BCM of Russian, for example, natural gas gets replaced permanently.
You mentioned coal. You mentioned some of these other sources. We just heard our own Francine Lacroix speaking with Bruno Le Maire of France, the finance minister over there, talking about ESG, talking about climate change. Has the fight to fight climate kind of ended, or not ended, but been postponed as people look to energy security first and foremost? In other words, has there been less discussion about that and more discussion around the immediacy of fueling the homes and the cars and the businesses of the European region?
I think we just look at this conversation differently now, where you don't have to pick one or the other.
isn't necessarily being fulfilled in terms of what employees want to see.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Got an improvement in the tape here, still -7 on Standard & Poor's 500, but nevertheless a bit of a lift to the tape. The cross currents, folks, are fascinating, starting with 110 euro. Sterling with a 128 print over the shock of that 50 basis point move. Thank you to Lizzie Burden for her coverage from London. The Standard & Poor's 500 now down 0.2%.
Coming up on the Open, Alessio DeLongis of Invesco will be joining me. I am filling in for John Farrow yet again, and Megan Robson of BNP Paribas, and Mark Heffley of UBS, which will be fantastic to have him on. I'm really curious to understand these upside surprises to the rate hikes around the world, the Bank of England leading the charge, as well as the Norwegian Central Bank, what this indicates for the nature of inflation going forward. Have we fully appreciated the stickiness at a time when you are seeing an Arthur Burnsian kind of reversal from perhaps we don't need to do that more to we need to do a lot more?
I think it's going to be interesting to see. I just don't have any strong opinion. I wonder if we're going to see in the next 24 hours, folks, some research navel gazing and saying, you know what, Jerome Powell should have raised rates to keep up with the others. I really wonder if that's going to be part of what we see.
Well, he actually had some details on that. He basically said that they are probably going to raise rates further. He did double down on that hawkishness. What he said was it matters less the pace, that speed matters less after how quickly they've raised rates. Whether people buy it or not remains to be seen. Right now in markets, you are seeing a credibility from the Fed that you're not seeing with the Turkish central bank, certainly, because people are expecting them to get inflation under control, as you can see from the longer end of the yield curve.
Francine emails in. She says, well, John, he's in Ischia. I think that's how you pronounce it. He was in Capri, and now he's in, I think I'm pronouncing this right, Ischia.
Is that what you were looking
Ischia.
up while I was talking?
The rabbits, John's having the rabbit stew there at La Portobello, it's called. It's island to island. On assignment, Jonathan Farrow. Futures at -9, Dow futures at -72, the 10-year yield 3.74%. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
Sports and money. They've always gone together.
But never before have sports been so massively influential and as lucrative as they are today.
NFL, NBA, none of them were what they are today when they were born.
There's leagues that are being thought of and built every day.
New teams, new leagues, new business models, even entirely new sports.
I never in a million years would have thought this is what my life would be like.
We set out to find what's happening and what's about to happen at the nexus of business, sports, and culture.
Getting involved from a business perspective was something that was very natural and an easy transition for me.
From the pickleball courts of Arizona,
to the kabaddi tournaments in India,
to the cornhole boards at your local tailgate. This is what's next in sports.
From the world of politics to the world of business. Every weekday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, hosts Anne-Marie Hordern and Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live from Bloomberg's Washington headquarters. Get the latest from and about politics' biggest power players at the end of every trading day. Balance of Power, every weekday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time, only on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
From New York City,
from London, in Sydney,
from Washington,
in Tokyo,
9 a.m. in Beijing and Shanghai.
Good morning, everyone.
Have a great evening.
Here's what I'm watching. You do not want to miss this story.
Is there the kind of upside?
It's clear that in the EU we should continue to build on our strengths of being open economy, of being a trading superpower, but at the same time there are certain economic security concerns which we need to address in a more conflictual global geopolitical environment.
One of the most interesting voices on continental Europe, Valdis Dombrovskis, is a former prime minister. He is executive VP for trade for the European Commission, I should say. He's really been helpful with Bloomberg surveillance over the years. We love at our global audience, and particularly our audience in continental Europe, who thinks nothing of flying down to Ischia. I said Ischia because I didn't know which island Faroe was on, Mike McKee. And it's Ischia. Thank you to Oppenheimer and Company and BNP Paribas Paris for correcting my fractured Italian. This happens.
We can't send you.
He's on assignment. I mean, I can't go. But he does it better than we do. You and I don't do this.
Well, that's because he follows Italian football.
Yeah, so, he's in Capri one day and Ischia the next day. Thank you so much. Frank, thank you for emailing in as well. Nobody sends me any emails about Powell policy. It's about where Faroe is, which island he's on as well. We're waiting right now for an interview with our Maria Tadeo with the Prime Minister of Ukraine. We'll bring that to you as we can. But quickly here, Michael McKee with us. Is the war in Ukraine affecting the American economy?
It is at the margins. It had a big effect in the beginning because, of course, energy prices went up. And we also saw agricultural prices go up because of the agricultural exports from Ukraine that weren't getting out. Now, a lot of that has eased. Where you're seeing it a little bit now, particularly, is in defense spending. We've sent so much armaments to Ukraine that they have to be replaced. And so we're seeing defense spending rising, which is something that's going to add to GDP. Brings up a debate on Capitol Hill, of course, about spending levels. But Congress has always hid defense spending in these continuing resolutions and off budget. So I imagine it's not going to. I imagine it'll be the same this time.
The Prime Minister of Ukraine is the most interesting guy with many different public duties over the years, but all working around trade and the economy of a pre-war and at present war in Ukraine. In London, our Maria Tadeo in conversation with Denis Shmihal.
Tom, good morning, and we are joined by Ukraine's Prime Minister, Mr. Mishal. Thank you so much for being with us. We've seen each other in many conferences like this multiple times, and I know how difficult it is for you to get here. It's this train from Ukraine, very big country, over to Poland, and then a lot of security concerns about your staff, your team, yourself, so we appreciate your time. And one of the things that you always tell me is, when I come to a recovery conference like this, and there's been many, I do feel our allies say we stand with Ukraine, and they mean it. But a war is long, it's expensive. Did you feel any fatigue in this runaround?
Thank you so much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here with you and morning. So it's second conference for Ukrainian recovery. First one was held in Switzerland 1 year ago. Today we are in London. 62 countries and international organizations are here. Hundreds of businesses are here, international businesses. We feel tremendous support from all of our partners. We feel financial support, sanctional, military support, humanitarian support. Results of this conference have a long-term consequences. We have many promises. We have many concrete agreements, declarations, memorandums. We have financial support. We have middle-term program for Ukrainian support from European Commission, from European Union for 50 billion euro for the next 4 years. We have tremendous support from United Kingdom. We have very good meetings with our partners and with United States Secretary of State. We have very good conversations, negotiations, and very good results.
And yet, while all of this is happening, we know that back home the fighting continues and the counteroffensive is going. And I do want to make something very clear. Was there at any point in this conference, did you get any hint that anyone suggested the funding will depend on the counteroffensive?
Absolutely no.
If it's successful, more money. If it's not, it would be less. No one told you that.
We have very, very sustainable, very strong, and very unwavering support from our partners. There is no dependence from results on the battlefield.
They are entirely different.
Absolutely. We have very strong messages, especially on that conference. Ukraine is future member of EU. Ukraine will be supported by partners. Russia must pay because of these consequences of this war, of terrible war and aggression from Russia's side. So this messages from partners are very supportive, are very promising, and now we continue our counteroffensive. This is not easy walk. This is not Hollywood movie, as our president Volodymyr Zelensky said yesterday.
Yesterday, he seemed a little bit exasperated. This is not a movie. It takes time. It takes patience.
Absolutely.
Is that what you feel at times too? This is not Hollywood. It's real people and it's lives.
Yes, and every life is very important for us. And we are not Russia. We are not Soviet-style army when they bring their lives to the fire of the war. So we are very careful. We are very smart. We use NATO standards in this war because we are fighting according to NATO standards. We are fighting for weaponry of NATO countries. And counteroffensive, it's multiple operation. It's offensive, it's defensive operations, it's tactical pauses. So it will take time, but we have first results.
It's too early to make an assessment.
Absolutely.
Now, that's what you say.
We have first results of our counteroffensive. 8 villages are liberated. More than 113 square kilometers is liberated. 7 kilometers go into the head from the front line. So it's very important results for the 2 weeks, and we will continue.
And sir, of course, now you have, you're on Bloomberg TV, of course, you have the investment community that's watching this interview, but you also have a lot of taxpayers, some of whom are very sympathetic to Ukraine too, but they say we want to see value for money, but also this idea of corruption at times. I remember President Zelensky said, my government will crush the oligarchs. We will be a before and after moment in Ukraine. Is that the moment or the message that you're sending to people? Things are changing in Ukraine.
Ukraine is changing, absolutely. President, our government, we have zero tolerance to the corruption.
You will ditch people that are corrupted if you find anyone.
We finished formation and creation of our anti-corruptional infrastructure together with our partners. We are absolutely transparent, accountable, and open. And this anti-corruptional infrastructure is working now, and we demonstrate to all the world that we are fighting with a corruption country. And we will have results. We continue our reforms. We continue digitalization. We take off state and public services from persons and go to the digital space. And this is very, very effective way to fight corruption. Just don't let people to be corrupted, because digitalization brings new technologies and new possibilities.
And can I ask you, your meeting with Mr. Blinken, the U.S. Secretary of State, he was here, and I know you had a one-to-one meeting. There's an election coming up in the United States. Is that something that worries you, or did he tell you the United States is in for the long haul? This is about values for the U.S.
United States is very important partner, is the biggest supporter for Ukraine. So we discussed all the important issues. We discussed, first of all, financial support, and Mr. Blinken announced the next $1.3 billion support, financial support for Ukraine, for our reforms, for our recovery, for our energy sector. It's very important for us. We also discuss all other issues, very important in sense of development of my country despite the war. Demining activity, sanctions against Russia, development of energy sector in Ukraine, and many other very important issues. So
the meeting went well, and I also wonder, however, with the average American that may be watching this too, and is thinking, but Ukraine is a far way off. I don't know anything about this country. What's going on there with my money? What's your message? What would you say? Stay with us because what?
First of all, we are very grateful to American people, to United Kingdom people, to all our partners who support us military, financially, by sanctions. It's crucially important because we are fighting not only for our land, for our families, for our people. We are fighting for democratic and for civilized values. It's crucial. And because of this, all democratic world support Ukraine. Why? Because this is about global security system. And it's very important, don't let any aggressor to have a free thinking about future possible aggression.
If Russia were to win this, and it's a hypothetical, then would you say it would be the moral collapse of the West? If we let that happen, it would be the moral collapse of the West.
I think that...
You don't even contemplate Russia winning.
It's impossible. It's impossible, and I think that I'm sure that civilized world will not let Russia win this war, because it's about existential things. It's about the world security system. And from my side, I should say that Ukrainians have no intention, no imagination that we may lose this war, because it's about our existence. It's war with war crimes, with war against humanity, with genocide against Ukrainian nation. So if Russia will win this war, it will mean that Ukraine and Ukrainian nation is not exist anymore. So from our side, we understand that we will liberate our country in the borders as on the 1991.
And it is existential. That's a word I heard the most the last time I was in Ukraine, that this was existential for the country now. And I want to ask you, however, another existential question perhaps is the NATO summit. You said in this conference, for a strong economy, you need a strong country, and that means security. What's going to happen in that meeting? President Zelensky said, my people have shed blood for a timeline now to NATO. What's going to happen in a month's time in that meeting?
I may repeat, we are fighting according NATO standards. We are fighting by weaponry of NATO.
So why is it so scary for some?
In fact, our army is NATO army right now. We are fighting for the same principles for which NATO was created. So I'm sure that membership of Ukraine in NATO, it will be a very win-win situation, very mutually beneficial situation. So we are waiting that this summit in Vilnius will be a very strong summit, and we will hear very concrete and very strong messages about Ukrainian membership in NATO. And we hope that partners will do this. We have 20 allies which are supporting Ukraine, which signed some declarations. We discuss with some skeptical allies, but we have sure inside of our hearts that everything will be good.
And very briefly, sometimes you hear people say, just sit down and talk to Vladimir Putin. When you hear the name Vladimir Putin, does it trigger anything in you, or you just go, this is in the past, I'm not interested in Vladimir Putin?
Putin is the biggest crimer of our times, of 21st century. We don't believe that he may do something to bring peace in Ukraine. So only his step, to stop shot and take off Russian army from Ukrainian territory, may stop this war and bring peace back on the European continent. But he has this possibility since 214. So we understand that this is now impossible.
And for you, you say it's now impossible. It's too late. Prime Minister, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Always very good to see you in Bloomberg. And thank you for being here with us in London. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Tom?
Maria Tadeo, thank you so much for a piercing conversation ending with comments of Ukraine on the leader of Russia. Futures at -11, Dow futures at -85. This has been an extraordinary day. I have to say to the team, I think we blew up the show 3 times to bring you experts on these issues. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
From New York City for our viewers worldwide, I'm Lisa Abramowitz in for Jonathan Farrow. Day 4 of softness in U.S. equities as they digest hawkish prognostications from central banks around the world. The countdown to the open starts right now.
Everything you need to get set for the start of U.S. trading. This is Bloomberg, The Open, with Jonathan Farrow.
Coming up, stocks slump as central banks worldwide take a hawkish stance. Chair Powell doubling down on more rate hikes this year. And Prime Minister Modi heading to Washington as the U.S. and India look to improve economic ties. We begin with the big issue. The hawkish surprises keep on coming.
This is clearly a hawkish tone from the UK and from Norway.
We're facing still, globally, a serious inflation problem.
Central banks that have not quite done enough to bring down inflation.
Wage growth is still stronger than central banks would want to see it.
Central banks started out well behind the curve.
The Fed continues to tighten and remain hawkish.
This is the most hawkish pause I could have imagined.
The ECB does seem more hawkish than the Fed.
They're going to have to sound quite hawkish.
The need to tighten continues.
The U.S. economy continues to surprise to the upside.
A really solid economy.
We still have a long way to go on the inflation front.
Core inflation is above where it should be.
That's going to keep the Fed in this relatively hawkish tone for a while.
These central banks around the world have to continue to tighten.
They're catching up, but they have a lot of work still to do.
This is the key question. How far do rates have to go, and just how sticky is inflation globally? Joining us now to discuss, Invesco's Alessio DeLongis and Megan Robson of BNP Paribas. Megan, I want to start with you. How much are you resetting your expectations for inflation, given what we've seen in the UK, given what we've seen in the Euro region, and given the response from central banks?
So on our side at BNP, we do expect inflation to be sticky. So we're calling for one more rate hike in July and for the Fed to remain on hold for the rest of the year. For credit markets, I think what's very interesting as they've been very resilient despite this more hawkish message. We've seen credit actually hold in very well over the last week. We think what's going to drive markets for the second half is going to be the data. So, to the jobless claims we saw earlier today, we are expecting to see some softer data heading into the second half, and we think that's a catalyst for credit spreads to move wider as some of the tightening starts to filter through the system.
Alessio, do you think that the chances of a soft landing are higher or lower after what we've heard over the past couple of days, with central banks globally ratcheting interest rates higher and the U.S. likely to do the same?
I think what we're learning is that it's really a time shift in that recession or soft landing, so to speak. I think for 2023, we can certainly talk about more of a soft landing. What we're learning through this policy cycle is that the level of the real rate that really leads to a slower inflation down to target, to levels that are consistent with target, is a lot higher than we would have ever expected. Real rates are now at 2.7, 3% in the developed world, which is something, especially in the short end of the curve, at 3% real rate is something that was unimaginable only a few quarters ago. But what that is doing is postponing that slowdown, and is postponing also the magnitude of that slowdown, the timing and the magnitude of that slowdown. When you look at the dot plot, it's implying over 100 basis points of cuts into 2024 and another 100 into 2025. Similar dynamics you're seeing in yield curves around the world. So it's really a question of softer landing today or no landing today, as the economy is just cruising along a low growth rate, below trend, but absolutely just fine, and a postponement of that deceleration 2 years out, I would say.
2 years out, Alessio, and this is where I want to double down. Do we have a sense of what to look for to understand the long and variable lags versus just the insensitivity to interest rates, right? I mean, it's a distinction, and it's one that Fed officials are trying to make. What are you looking at to understand the length of this delay of the long and the variable lags that will eventually, in your view, catch up with the economy?
Great question. The lags historically have been between 1 and 2 years. Let's call it 18 months to be overly precise, just for the sake of simplicity. So when you look at where the tightening cycle started, that's just barely over a year ago. So by those metrics, we should begin to see the impact of monetary policy just around the end of this year and going into next year. When you look at the relationship between the inversion of the yield curve, the slope of the yield curve globally, and the level of market volatility, we see the 18-month to 2-year lag. The only variable, and I think Megan alluded to this earlier, the only variable that we see has had already an immediate reaction to the monetary policy tightening is the bank lending surveys on financial conditions, on lending standards. But we're not seeing that come through into credit spreads. So I think it's still too early to say that this time is different. I think the lags are still working as we have historically seen them, and that's why the unemployment rate is still at all-time lows. The unemployment rate is still reflecting past monetary easing and fiscal support.
Megan, do you agree with that, that's sort of the time frame that you're looking for some of the rate hikes to take effect?
Lisa, we do agree with that. So I think one interesting takeaway from first quarter earnings for high yield corporates is that for the first time this cycle, we've seen interest expense actually growing more quickly than EBITDA. So on a micro level, we're finally in that restrictive territory, name by name, for your average high yield corporate. And so over time, as we expect the Fed to remain on hold, we think that deterioration will start to be more apparent with interest coverage on a downtrend for the rest of this year.
And you think, Megan, that's going to be reflected in spreads widening more considerably, correct?
Yeah, so we're calling for spreads to widen. We think the difference between where fundamentals are today and where we will be later this year will be priced into spreads widening. And to the comment on tighter bank lending conditions, yes, spreads are not pricing that in, but we do see it in the primary market. So if you look at high yield issuance, much lower this year. It's mostly been refinancings, not a lot of appetite for M&A and LBO, and you have seen a pickup in secured issuance. All those signals tell you that credit conditions are tightening. It's happening slowly, and we think it's a matter of time before that is priced in.
This is the tension right now. What happens if the Fed does keep rates where they are, not perhaps even hike that much more, but not drop them lower? JP Morgan's Marco Klanovic talking about this, seeing U.S. stocks struggling without a Fed cut, writing, quote, in equities absent preemptive Fed easing versus Fed dots that imply 2 more hikes by year end, we expect a more challenging macro backdrop for stocks in the second half, with softening consumer trends at a time when equities have re-rated sharply. Alessio DeLongis, there's a curiosity here, and Megan was alluding to this, certainly in the credit sphere, that you are going to see a reflection of this tighter policy more and more as time goes on. Is that true as well for the equity component, that they will wake up to higher rates more significantly later in the year?
Absolutely. And I think if you look under the surface, equities have already behaved accordingly. It's true that the overall equity market has posted very attractive double-digit returns. But when you look under the surface, this was all led by a very narrow market, very narrow leadership in quality mega-cap names. That is a defensive rally. It's a rally that needs to be respected, but it's a rally that is not validating an economic recovery. It's a defensive rally driven by quality and low volatility names, mega cap names, while when you look at the lag, the underperformance in value, in small and mid caps, in emerging market equities, these are all the cyclical, more economic bellwether indications of the equity market. So I think the type of environment that we're seeing into the remainder of the year still justifies because of the low unemployment rate, still a relatively healthy market backdrop, but still led by cautious defensive sectors and styles in the equity market.
Alessio DeLongis, Megan Robson, both of you are sticking with us. I do want to bring this to you, that Bank of England's Andrew Bailey has been speaking. He doesn't have a press conference after his release, but he was speaking to a gaggle of reporters, and he said that he's not trying to trigger a UK recession, and that he'll do whatever it takes to cut inflation. Fed Chair Jay Powell has perhaps a similar message when he does head to Capitol Hill for day 2, this time in the Senate. We're going to be hearing from him as he testifies coming up today at 10 a.m. Eastern. Joining us now is Michael McKee for more on what to expect. Mike, what are you looking for today?
Not a whole lot different, Lisa. This is going to be a chance maybe, though, for him to explain the difference between a skip and a pause, and what the Fed is looking for in terms of how it makes its determination on whether it's going to raise rates again and when. Jobless claims today, an interesting case. They are up by 2,000 to 264,000 from the initial report last week, but that was revised up to 264. So basically, jobless claims unchanged. Doesn't look like there's any kind of mass layoffs going on, especially when you look at continuing claims. They fall. And if people were getting benefits, that number should be rising. So the Fed is looking at the labor market and saying this is still pretty strong. Now, yesterday, Powell told members of the House Financial Services Committee the process of getting inflation back down to 2% has a long way to go. In other words, we're going to raise rates. Austin Goolsbee, who had been one of the biggest doves, saying he's not decided what the rate decision should be because the meeting's more than a month from now. Raphael Bostic, who is not a voter this year, but still came out yesterday and said the bar to justify further rate hikes is higher than it was a few months ago. So the Fed hasn't made a decision on what it's going to do in July. The chairman hinting they will, Bostic hinting they are still quite divided. Markets have made their bet, though. The markets are betting on a recession and Fed rate cuts sometime down the road. It's not showing up in Fed funds futures, but I know you've talked about this earlier today, Lisa, the yield curve giving us a very strong message. It's the most inverted since Paul Volcker was in the 20th and C Street Fed chairman's office, and we were going into a huge recession there. And every time we we have a yield curve inverted as much as this is, we get a recession. So We'll see if the markets have it right, if the Fed has it right. And I'm not sure Jay Powell's going to have a good answer for you today.
Or if it's the dreaded 4 words in the finance industry, this time is different. Michael McKee, thank you so much. Joining us now with a look at the stocks moving ahead of the opening bell, here's Abigail Doolittle.
There's certainly a bit of a bearish tone this morning, Lisa, with the S&P 500 headed to its 4th down day in a row, the longest losing streak since May 4th. If it sticks on the open and the close, starting off with what is really dragging Tesla down about 3%. The stock now down closer to 10% in 2 days. Some of the froth from the recent trading coming out. And in fact, today, Morgan Stanley cutting to an equal weight from an overweight. Analyst Adam Jonas citing valuation, saying that the NVIDIA and AI froth has been hitting a lot of big tech. Boeing also down about 2.8% as its biggest part supplier. Spirit Aerosystems suspends production after union workers voted to strike. And then finally, Accenture, the tech consulting firm, falls on slightly light revenue growth. Bookings to be about the same in the current quarter from the last quarter, Lisa. It doesn't seem like anything outrageous there, but investors certainly not reacting to it well. That stock down about 5%.
Abigail, thank you. Coming up, all eyes on India as Prime Minister Modi meets with President Biden.
We're moving into a new era on foreign policy that is reminiscent to the old era during the Cold War, which is your allies aren't necessarily your perfect friends. India is a new big player on the world scene, vis-a-vis China, vis-a-vis Russia.
That conversation still ahead. A softer tone ahead of the open. About 18 minutes to go. This is Bloomberg.
Have you thought maybe I should go do something else? I can't do anything better than I'm already doing. I've already turned this company around. I've made a lot of money for the investors, the shareholders, and yourself. Are you happy doing this? You're going to do this for the foreseeable future?
I'm going to do it for the foreseeable future. I love what I do, and the reality is we've accomplished a lot. As you described, we've made Blackstone a lot of money. We made our shareholders a lot of money. More importantly, we've grown the business, and we've been a huge engine of opportunity. If you think about all the jobs we've created around the world, all the communities we've made better places, all the ownership groups who we've helped grow their business, and having built a world-class culture, the opportunities we've created for upward mobility for people. And this business, I would still say, is like a coiled spring coming out of COVID particularly. So I feel like we just have more to do. My job's far from done.
Fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern, right here on Bloomberg, your global business authority.
India is a new big player on the world scene, vis-a-vis China, vis-a-vis Russia. So we're seeing now this new era of foreign policy, different sets of alliances and calculations.
Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi holding a bilateral meeting with President Biden today. The pair expected to announce a series of deals aimed at improving economic ties, and Modi's timing is convenient. India's economy is buzzing and boasts a rapidly growing consumer market. Bloomberg's Enda Curran joining us now with more. Enda, how much is the focus really shifting from China to India as the main engine of growth and the partner that you want to be close to?
Well, there's some zeitgeist going on here, no doubt. Lisa, there's inflows into India's stock market, inflows into the bond market. People are talking about India now as a kind of an alternative, perhaps manufacturing center, because
sentiment towards China took such a knock over the past few years, both with the end game of COVID-0 and, of course, the geopolitical tensions. Obviously, business people are looking around. But, you know, it's not necessarily a linear story. The FDI data into India this year has actually cooled, by the way. It fell over the first quarter. And at the same time, you aren't necessarily seeing dramatic shifts of outflows from or changes in the FDI story in China either. So, yes, it's emerging as this potential alternative. People are talking about India in a way they haven't for a while. But I would just say that the China story hasn't completely gone away yet either.
How much, though, is this really highlighting the closeness of India to the U.S., even if they haven't been particularly vocal with respect to the Russia-Ukraine war or with what's going on with China and the increasing antagonism between the U.S. and China?
Well, the U.S. has clearly been pushing for this relationship to get on more solid ground over the past few years. We've had the new Indo-Pacific term getting rolled out. We, of course, have had the Quad getting rolled out, bringing together Australia, Japan, India, and the U.S. Now you have this meeting, the state visit. Lots of expectations around some commercial deals, some military cooperation expected as well. But at the same time, Lisa, India does take its own path in foreign policy. Like you mentioned, it hasn't gone down the road that many Western nations have when it comes to the stance taken on Russia's invasion of Ukraine, for example. There still are significant differences on that front. So India follows its own path, but there's no doubt that the US is trying to leverage it as an ally in that important part of the world, and of course as a counterweight to China's influence in the region too.
Andy Curran, thank you so much. As we do await for a joint press conference later in the day, Alessio DeLongis and Megan Robson still with us. And Alessio, I'd love to get your sense and how much you're watching some of the the geographic changes in alliances as you shift into figuring out how to veer into the developing world and the assets that you like best.
Well, you know, India raises it's a very interesting topic because it's one of those countries or regions, really, given its size, that plays as of today a much larger role geopolitically than it does in global financial markets as of yet. It's an both economically and financially, it's an economy that compared to China, compared to definitely the rest of Asia, has much more of a closed economy with less reverberation, less impact on the global economy despite the size of its GDP. Its exports and imports as percent of GDP, one of the lowest in the emerging world, and similarly on the capital account side, they're very close. So it's an economy that offers great potential for migration upward in its integration in global capital markets. And I think the emerging markets universe actually needs more of that presence, more diversification away from the pure manufacturing play that Asia has represented for a long time.
There are two ways to play this. There's the one hand with Alessio talking about potential investment opportunities and where the growth is going to come from. And then the flip side is, where are the investors going to come from for U.S. debt? And Megan, I'm wondering, when you look at the granularity of that, and where money is coming from to buy some of the securities once dominated by Japan, once dominated by Chinese investors, once dominated even by European investors, where is it coming from today?
Lisa, so we have a variety of investors still buying credit. I think for investment grade, you have a really strong LDI demand, primarily domestically in the U.S. For IG, you also see Japan, to your point, being very important. So we're watching Bank of Japan policy in July and what they proceed to do with yield curve control as an important driver. In our base case, we do think the BOJ will increase the target of YCC to 100 basis points. And so you might start to see some of that demand from Japan start to decline a bit. But overall, our preference in IG is for the long end based on that stability that you see from yield buyers still.
So from the investment standpoint, Alessio, where are you seeing the greatest opportunity when you look outside of the U.S.? And are those opportunities looking better than even what you're seeing in the United States?
We're seeing really, really great opportunities to begin to harvest attractive yields in the fixed income space in the Eurozone and in the UK. We are seeing, it's true that the yield curves are meaningfully inverted and are likely to remain so for a prolonged period of time, but moving duration towards the intermediate part of the curve, where we're seeing nominal yields in the IG space at 4 or 5% levels, with an inflation picture that is expected to decelerate very quickly towards that 2% target by 2024. These yields offer very attractive real yields. We've mentioned earlier, just look at the 2-year part of the curve in the UK, in the Eurozone, or even in the United States. We're seeing real yields that we have not seen in a generation of this investment community. So as we're seeing the higher likelihood of a larger recession into 24 and into 2025, right now, in the face of this tightening cycle, I think beginning to harvest those real yields in the intermediate maturities is a great opportunity to start diversifying away from equity markets.
Just as we reset with about 8 minutes to go here until the U.S. Open, Alessio, from your vantage point, how have you reset your mid-year expectations, your views in terms of where you see opportunity heading into year end?
I think heading into year end, we are at a bit of a pivot point. We are currently positioned defensively. We still think, as we just said earlier, maintaining a quality bias in those equity market exposures is a sounder approach than throwing in the towel on equity markets. We are not in an environment in the economic data or in financial markets to really position in an overly bearish way waiting for that recession. This bearish positioning needs to be validated quickly, and this is not the environment where the economy is going to validate that bearish positioning. So maintaining a defensive portfolio while being fully invested both in equity and fixed income, but within equity and fixed income to tilt towards the defensive sectors and styles. As we said, maintaining that longer duration posture, especially through the exposure to quality and low volatility stocks. However, there will be a point in my mind in the summer or in the fall where if the inflation picture falls very quickly while the unemployment rate, it remains at all-time lows, the market will give another shot at a risk rally more in the cyclical sectors, very similar to what we saw at the beginning of this year. Between December 2022 and February 2023, we had a very powerful quarter of risk-on pro-cyclical rally, which was not the beginning of a new cycle, but rather a pause while we wait for that recession.
Alessio DeLongis, Megan Robson, both of you, thank you so much for spending time with us this morning. Coming up, the morning calls, and later, Mark Heffley of UBS joining us around the opening bell. This is Bloomberg.
Adults are facing some tough challenges. Higher living and education costs and wages that aren't keeping up with inflation are making it harder for them to support themselves. And they're relying more on the bank of mom and dad. A new Bankrate report shows nearly 70% of parents with kids 18 and older are putting their own finances in danger to help them. About half are dipping into their emergency savings or delaying paying off debt, while 43% drain their retirement funds. So where do you draw the line? There seems to be a generational gap, as older parents can't understand why being self-sufficient now is a lot harder than it was for them. Gen Z seems to think on average that 22 is a benchmark for covering the expenses, while baby boomers say their adult children should pay their own way closer to age 20. Either way, it's a family decision. Bankrate suggests having a conversation with your kids and setting a specific dollar amount or time frame for footing the bill.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe.
Good morning, good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome to Bloomberg Markets, China Open.
This is Bloomberg Technology. And welcome to Balance of Power. This is Bloomberg.
Time now now for our morning calls. A look at some of the analyst recommendations on Wall Street this morning. First up, Bernstein upgrading Kellogg to market perform, $62 price target. The analyst optimistic on an improved earnings outlook and spin-off plans. Next up, Deutsche Bank upgrading AB InBev to buy, price target of €60, seeing the company's headwinds likely to fade. And finally, Bank of America downgrading AES to neutral, price target $23. Coming up, the market open. This is Bloomberg.
The hardest thing in life, I've often said, is to be happy, but you seem like a very happy person.
It's like nature. Nothing ever stops. So you could be super happy 1 minute and then something happens. So it's just living. It's the joy of life.
For any young woman that's watching this, wants to be the next Diane von Furstenberg, what would you recommend?
I think the most important thing in life is the relationship you have with yourself. Once you have a good relationship with yourself, any other relationship is a plus and not a must. And the second advice is to be as true to yourself as you possibly can. And you have to accept and own things you may not like, but the more you could be you, the happier you will be.
News breaks. No one covers the world like Bloomberg.
On the AI question, what we don't really see is Apple doing a knee-jerk response and moving into the domain of generative AI.
Supporters of President Recep Tayyip Erdogan celebrating late into the night, dancing and singing.
We have a fundamental reassessment of everybody's capacity within OPEC. Should we talk about $95 and $100 oil again? Not for a while.
Bloomberg, your global business authority. Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg, your global business authority.
Seconds away from the opening bell, hawkish central banks lower prices on equities. That has been the theme, led by the tech sector. NASDAQ shares, NASDAQ index down 0.4% as we head in to the opening bell. S&P futures lower by about 0.25%, same as Russell 2000. Yields higher on the front end as people take into account the fact the Bank of England and the Norwegian central banks both surprised to the upside with 50 basis point rate hikes. And we do get some more expected to be hawkish proclamations from Fed Chair Jay Powell at about a half an hour time as he takes the seat on Senate floor, on the Senate front of the Senate Finance Committee in day 2 of his semi-annual testimony. We've been watching this grind higher and how it's affected some of the stocks that have been bid up most and those that have lagged behind. One stock to watch at the open is Boeing. The company's biggest supplier, Spirit AeroSystems, suspending production after union workers voted to strike. The dispute comes as Boeing prepares to increase output of its 737 MAX jets. Abigail Doolittle is back with us for more. Abby, what's the latest?
Well, yeah, shares are lower, Lisa, by about 3% as investors fret about the fact that Spirit AeroSystems, its largest supplier, its production, as you mentioned, is halted over the fact that their workers are striking. They're hoping to rejuice the growth. If you look at the financials on this company, because of some of the tragedies in 2018 and 2019, I believe, there are big declines. Revenue, on the other hand, has been growing. This year it's modeled to be at 15.5%. But if they can't get the parts to make that cash cow plane, then there could be a real problem. So I think that that's what investors are really fretting over here. The stock on the year up a little bit less than 10%, so underperforming the S&P 500 at this point. But it's really going to be a matter of how long this strike goes, a complete unknown. The longer it goes, the more it's likely to weigh on this company and the prospects of being able to get that revenue growth that analysts are modeling right now, Lisa.
Thank you so much, Abigail. We're also watching something similar over at UPS. Turning to tech, NVIDIA is now one of the most popular stocks among investors looking for an ESG play, particularly if they're looking for AI exposure. Investors say they're turning to the chip maker for its risk management processes and the steps it takes to be environmentally friendly. Katie Greifeld, NVIDIA, an ESG stock. Explain.
NVIDIA is ESG. You heard it here first. Bloomberg crunched the numbers, and based on filings, there's now over 1,400 ESG funds that directly hold this chip maker and a further 500 that are indirectly exposed. Now, according to Bloomberg data, that makes NVIDIA more popular than traditional ESG names such as Vestas Wind Systems and, of course, Tesla. Now, that's obviously been great news for those ESG funds since NVIDIA. It's up nearly 200% this year. And I want to point out that this chip maker, it holds their annual Investor Day today. So we'll see if executives can deliver on that hype and keep it going. And it's also worth noting that competitor C3 AI also holds their annual Investor Day today. And if you look at the performance so far, you can see that C3 AI, it's higher by about 250% so far in 2023, but still far away from its all-time high. So we'll see how today goes, Lisa.
I'm glad you mentioned the investor meetings. We'll be watching those closely. Katie, thank you. Sticking with tech, Morgan Stanley downgrading Tesla to equal weight, price target $250. The analyst rating, quote, "We see Tesla as an AI beneficiary and an auto company. High expectations on the former has brought the stock to a fair value." Meanwhile, Amazon in the spotlight. The e-commerce giant is being sued by the FTC. The agency says Amazon allegedly duped customers into signing up for its Prime membership service and then made it difficult to cancel. Isabel Lee has more. Isabel, a lot of people have had trouble trying to cancel their membership. What's the latest?
Hi, Lisa. So that's exactly the crux of this whole lawsuit. So it's so hard to cancel an Amazon Prime membership, which, by the way, costs $139 per year, that FTC said that a subscriber has to go through 5 pages when using desktop and around 6 if using mobile. In fact, internally, it found out that Amazon called this process the Iliad in reference to the epic poem that detailed the final year of the 10-year Trojan War. So around 167 million shoppers have Amazon Prime. That number has been kind of unchanged since the last year. And FTC said that Amazon is duping its customers, that it's not good. And this isn't the first time. They're not really singling out Amazon because FTC did start looking into this in March. So it may crack down on other companies. Year to date, though, Amazon is up around 50%, far outpacing S&P and the NASDAQ, Lisa.
Isabel, thank you so much. Turning now to banking, Deutsche Bank CEO Christian Sewing telling Bloomberg in an exclusive interview that while he sees a possible recession later this year, the bank itself is seeing growing momentum, expecting trading results in the second half of the year to improve. Saving saying, quote, "I think economies have really shown how resilient they are. We could already see also now in June on the most recent days that there is the momentum in the business." Bloomberg's Guy Johnson joining us now with more. Guy, I got to say, really interesting to see an increase in expectations for trading after so many people wrote off so many sections of banking just in general due to perhaps an upcoming recession, maybe not.
Well, I think there was an expectation that the macro environment, Lisa, was going to be stabilizing, and that, in theory, should be bad news, particularly if you're a fixed income trader. Saving basically interested in implying that he doesn't think that's going to happen. It's interesting. He talks about the fact that he thinks that actually there's going to be momentum in the second half of the year. His CFO, James von Moltke, warning a few days back at a conference that actually we could see a 15 to 20% decline in FIC for Q2. He's now saying that likely is a blip, and we're going to continue to see the volatility going forward, and as a result of which we think it is going to pick back up again. You've only got to look at today, Lisa. Look at what is happening. 50 basis points from the Norges Bank, a surprise 50 from the Bank of England, 25 from the Swiss National Bank. The macro volatility continues, and we're going to hear day 2 of Powell a little bit later on.
Guy, thank you so much. Mark Heffley of UBS, preferring fixed income to equities, writing, quote, investors face a balancing act. There is a path higher for stocks, but it is a narrow one. After a strong run, the upside to stocks is now limited, and increasingly bullish equity market sentiment speaks against chasing the S&P 500 higher. Mark Heffley, I am so pleased to say, is joining us now. Mark, even though there has been this feeling of a no landing suddenly resurgent among a lot of analysts, why do you push back?
Well, I think you're seeing it today with the Bank of England, right? Surprise, inflation continues in Western economies, and the central banks feel compelled to attack that aggressively. And of course, you know, the FTSE is off today along with other indices. So I think one pushback is that the inflation picture is far from certain. And then the second picture, particularly for U.S. equities, is these valuations are stretched.
Right now, we're looking at the potential for interest rates to come down pretty dramatically, or at least at the long end, if growth does slow materially. Are you doubling down on that, essentially, with your fixed income call, that we are going back to a regime in which interest rates and rates remain low?
Well, the funny thing is that you don't have to double down on that, right? Because the market's already pricing that interest rates are going to fall off, but that earnings for companies are going to be strong. I think consensus is for flat earnings, not a fall in earnings. And so therein lies the difficulty with stocks going higher. But I think that, you know, when you look out longer term, there certainly are forces that we believe will take some of the inflation out of the picture and create a more benign environment. The question is, how much does the economy have to slow to get there?
One thing that I've noticed is in the themes as people reset for the mid-year review is that AI seems to save everything. And basically, this is the haven if you believe that inflation's going to run amok. It is the haven if recession comes along and kills this consumer discretionary. It is the haven if you don't know what else to do. Do you buy into this, Mark?
You know, haven, to quote Paul Simon, every generation throws a hero up the pop charts. I mean, I think, look, it's been an amazing run, and there's no question over the longer term, AI is going to mean something. But things have gotten very, very stretched here. And over the near term, you know, you try ChatGPT once and you say, wow, this is amazing. You try it twice and you start saying, hey, sorry, these answers don't make any sense. And I think the market might take a second look and get some of that feeling as well.
So how do you recommend for your clients around the world who are trying to get in on some level? Do you say just pump the brakes for a second? You might want to sit this one out.
Well, I think that the most important thing for people is to play the whole chessboard now, because with such a concentration and a run-up in U.S. equities, we're looking at things like emerging market equities, which trade at a 36% discount to U.S. equities. We're looking at things like emerging market bonds, which have very attractive yields. And we're looking at a weaker dollar and what that could do for both, say, oil and gold. So this is a time probably for a lot of clients to diversify.
When you talk about diversification and going overseas, how much are you sort of encouraged by the moves that you saw from the Bank of England, the Norwegian Central Bank, as well as even Turkey today, that there seems to be a real discipline and a desire to get inflation under control with significant rate hikes?
You know, I think that getting inflation under control and not letting those expectations become unanchored is critical. And, you know, they have not yet become unanchored in the United States. And I'm sure Powell will add a little extra vim and vigor to his testimony today, given what his colleagues across the globe have done.
What would you have to hear, or what could cause concern enough for you to move away from your fixed income call in terms of not necessarily doubling down on the inflation fight enough in the U.S.?
Well, I think that what has surprised us a lot has been the continued strength of the U.S. consumer. And, you know, as long as that consumer is able to spend, especially for the U.S. economy, that's going to keep the economy booming and earnings strong. So that's one of the things that we're watching very closely.
And how much does that sort of discussion around student loans coming, the payments coming back online in October, this idea that some of the
willing to run-up debt, credit card debt, other kinds of debt. And so we're looking for it more in the spending and the borrowing. And, we've seen personal bankruptcies go up a little bit here. So, I wouldn't focus on one metric in the debt. I'd probably look a little more broadly at the metrics coming through.
We're speaking with Mark Heffley of UBS, who has a rich history in trying to understand how best to allocate in difficult times. And Mark, one question that keeps coming up is 60-40 debt. A lot of people say it's actually the most alive it's ever been if you look at returns on both, just absolutely supporting one another. How are you advising going into the second half? Are you basically saying it should be 80-20, or are you saying it's got to be more 50-50 with just a more discerning look at the 50 in equities?
Well, we're away from 60-40 because we think alternative assets, which have grown so much as a proportion of the market, need to be part of that equation. Now, what the exact numbers are really depends on what stage you're at your life and how much risk you can sleep with. But I think that the 2 points to take away are, one, alternative assets, hedge funds, private equity, private credit, they seem to be low in a lot of our clients' portfolios. And then secondly, I think all of us are getting reacquainted with yield now that we've moved convincingly away from the zero bound on inflation and interest rates.
One thing that's funny is that as you talk about private credit, your colleague at UBS, Matthew Mish, put out a note last night talking about private credit default rates expected to peak at around 9.5%, saying that there are opportunities, but there also are these potential pitfalls. How do you navigate at a time when people are still expecting pain in the economy and these interest payments are expected to rise substantially? How do you identify the companies that can withstand that, the non-zombies, amid the zombie universe?
Well, I think this is a great question because, if you think about it as a client, from a client's perspective, that has underallocated to that sector, and many clients don't even know what private credit is. They're looking to deploy capital now into new funds. And what you see is that it's the funds, the vintages of funds that are started after equity markets have had a 25% sell-off like they had last year. Those are the funds that tend to perform the best. So, the headlines are about the companies that are currently in portfolios that are perhaps doing badly. But for investors today, it's how do I reap the benefits from that as capital is constrained in the sector?
Mark, before I let you go, what do you think is the biggest mistake that so many investors are making right now? What do you think is the biggest wrong assumption that is prevalent in markets?
Well, everybody buys what was working last month. And so, we've seen this tremendous run up. You were talking about the holdings in NVIDIA, and, that's great. But it's really about what's next month, what is going to happen with the economy, what is going to happen with earnings, and then look at these stretched valuations.
So in other words, you think that people are perhaps overweighting stocks a bit too much. Is that correct?
Yes, overweight stocks. Try to get some yield in your portfolio at this time. It's a much better risk-reward trade given the potential for volatility to rise.
Mark Heffley, thank you so much for taking the time. And you are talking on a day 4 of declines right now in U.S. equities as banks around the world, central banks, do put out hawkish proclamations. You've got the Bank of England with a 50 basis point rate hike, as well as the Norwegian Central Bank. We're seeing the NASDAQ actually turn positive, so you can't keep a good tech stock down. S&P 500 down 0.2%. The Russell 2000 still lower by the most, taking a deep leg lower about 1%. And you are seeing in the bond space yields higher, price lower as people game out higher for longer. You're watching The Open. This is Bloomberg.
Access the financial world on demand. Hear from leading economists, policymakers, and industry experts via live and on-demand webinars, only from Bloomberg. Start exploring to see what's moving the markets. Visit Bloomberg.com/webinars.
From the world of politics
We're not going to be relying upon countries whose values we don't share.
to the world of business.
It's all about corporate power at the end.
Balance of Power, live from Bloomberg's Washington headquarters.
We couldn't be more excited what's in store for you.
How long will it take? How many years?
Why don't we take this one day at a time?
Good luck. Everybody has a perspective.
Every weekday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Join host Anne-Marie Hordern.
It's the one area, really, of bipartisanship.
I think we're getting more of it.
That's optimistic.
And Joe Matthew.
The debt ceiling is looming. How close are we going to get to the line before you start to worry?
Alongside Kaylee Langs.
The door was open for regulators to do more, and that puts the Fed between a rock and a hard place.
As they deliver news.
This is such an important economic issue.
He's no longer trying to run away from
That really blew some minds.
Insight.
We can both invest in law enforcement and also make sure that communities feel safe in their own skin.
And analysis.
I think your audience will get this more than most.
This is not the Republican Party that you know.
It allows him to do what he did so successfully in 2020, which is run against crazy.
From and about politics' biggest power players.
This was the zombie case, and it's now more than well alive.
That's for sure. With two more potentially to come.
I'm willing to have this battle. It is vitally important.
This is the intersection of Washington and Wall Street.
Bringing people directly to the decision makers that impact your investments and your life.
Balance of Power, every weekday at 5 p.m. Eastern, only on Bloomberg, your global business authority. Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
You can see the massive gains for the OG crypto coin.
The breakout we have all perhaps long awaited finally realized. We'll see if it sticks.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people.
There's no question this industry is composed of some bad actors and some good actors.
The transactions.
Volumes have surpassed $24 billion per day.
And the technology.
Stop talking about the technology, start demonstrating the utility.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays.
The race to dominate the electric vehicle market continues heating up, especially when it comes to competition with China. We got word this morning of a $9.2 billion loan that the U.S. government was extending to Ford to create 3 factories of electric vehicle making as the U.S. tries to gain a competitive edge against China, which has dominated the industry for so many years. This really speaks to a groundswell of fiscal support for all things tech in the U.S. Joining us now with the auto angle is Keith Naughton. Keith, I'd love to get your sense, first of all, of how unique this $9.2 billion loan actually is and what we know about the details of its terms.
Yeah, it's one of the largest government loans given to the auto industry since, the bailouts of General Motors and Chrysler more than a decade ago. So it's a big loan. General Motors received a similar loan late last year, but it was $2.5 billion. So this is much larger than that. It goes to both Ford and its battery partner, SK On of South Korea. They're building 3 battery plants, 2 in Kentucky, 1 in Tennessee, that'll utilize this money.
We've heard about a lot of people saying this is going to revolutionize the EV manufacturing industry. Is that true, Keith? Do you actually believe that there is the will to build this, to staff it, and then for it to become a competitive behemoth versus what China offers?
Yeah, so Ford is pouring $50 billion into developing and building electric vehicles, and they plan to be building it at a 2 million annual rate by the end of 2026. This is a key part of that because batteries are the most important aspect to scaling up production of electric vehicles. Ford CEO Jim Farley has said in our story. So this is key to trying to catch up to China, which is the world leader in electric vehicles and batteries and battery materials.
Do we know what the terms were of this loan, Keith, what the strings attached really consist of?
Well, as the Department of Energy explained it to us, it is certainly better terms than Ford would get if it were to go to Wall Street and just borrow this money. So, it is a good termed government loan. They didn't give us precise details.
Well, how much is this really Ford getting, I don't want to say bailout, but getting assistance from the U.S. government to build these plants because it doesn't have an investment grade rating versus General Motors, which does, and can probably access the capital markets at a much lower rate?
Yeah, so, the Department of Energy and the Biden administration views this as critical to U.S. industrial policy to try and catch up to China on electric vehicles. So that's why they have a pot of $400 billion that they are doling out to automakers to try and catch up in the battery race. But China still controls so much of the battery supply. 80% of the lithium-ion batteries come out of China. So, and all of the minerals and the mineral processing is coming out of China. So there is a long way to go before the U.S. catches up.
Do we have a sense of what could be next in terms of the deployment of the money that's already been promised?
Yeah, so Ford and SK are building these battery plants right now in Kentucky and Tennessee. They'll be operational by the middle of the decade. But there's more to come, too. Ford has a separate battery plant that's not part of this loan that it's doing in Marshall, Michigan, that uses technology from China's CATL. So there's this huge rush of building of battery plants and EV plants. There's almost $200 billion worth of investment going into that right now throughout the auto industry in the United States.
Keith, you've been covering this industry for decades. Do you hear from the people who are inside the building, in the C-suites, that they think that this is truly a game changer in terms of the financing from the U.S. government?
Yeah, I mean, this electric vehicle industry in the United States can't take off without some government support, because that's what's going on in China. That's what's going on in Europe. And it is the future of mobility. Carbon-free future. That's how mobility is going to go. So you need some support to get the EV market off the ground in the United States. It's still less than 1 in 10 sales in the United States. So there's a long way to go before electric vehicles dominate this market.
Keith Naughton, wonderful reporting. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Let's take a quick look at sector price action this morning. Abigail Doolittle. Abby.
Hey, Lisa. Well, the decline for the S&P 500 may be small, about 0.1% down, but we have a number of sectors that are down more. Real estate and energy both down more than 1%. Materials down close to that amount. Up top, we have some defense, consumer staples, and healthcare. As for the chip sector and AI, it is down for a 5th day in a row, the longest and worst losing streak since the end of April, down about 5% over that time. So the big question remains, is air coming out of this AI chip bubble?
Abby, thank you so much. Coming up, the market-moving events you need to be watching. That's next in our Trading Diary.
Back in 1997, I was interested in the following question, which is, there are a bunch of the dinosaurs called sauropod dinosaurs, which had really long, skinny necks. So Apatosaurus is an example. They also had really long, skinny tails. So I made a computer model that showed that, in fact, the tail of these sauropod dinosaurs could actually act like a whip. A bullwhip. Now, the way a bullwhip makes that cracking noise is because the tip of the whip actually goes about twice the speed of sound. Okay. I think the way they got a date was to impress the females by making loud booms.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg?
That is a great question.
It's a great question.
Great question.
Great question. That's a question I get all night.
Bloomberg, top experts, great questions.
Time now for the trading diary. You need to be watching through next week. Fed Chair Jay Powell testifying in the Senate at the top of the hour. Plus, we'll get U.S. existing home sales rounding out the week with Fed Speak from Jim Bullard. On Tuesday, we'll get U.S. new home sales data as well as a read on the consumer confidence from the Conference Board. And next Wednesday, the Fed releasing the results of its bank stress tests. Plus, we'll get Micron earnings. And later today, we do get the NVIDIA meeting of shareholders, which should be interesting. Right now, we are seeing in markets NASDAQ getting forward, 0.3% gain. This was Countdown to the Open. This is Bloomberg.
Have you thought maybe I should go do something else? I can't do anything better than I'm already doing. I've already turned this company around. I've made a lot of money for the investors, the shareholders, and yourself. Are you happy doing this? You're going to do this for the foreseeable future?
I'm going to do it for the foreseeable future. I love what I do, and the reality is we've accomplished a lot. As you described, we've made Blackstone a lot of money. We made our shareholders a lot of money. More importantly, we've grown the business, and we've been a huge engine of opportunity. If you think about all the jobs we've created around the world, all the communities we've made better places, all the ownership groups who we've helped grow their business, and having built a world-class culture, the opportunities we've created for upward mobility for people. And this business, I would still say, is like a coiled spring coming out of COVID particularly. So I feel like we just have more to do. My job's far from done.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
You can see the massive gains for the OG crypto coin.
The breakout we have all perhaps long awaited finally